and welcome to Horror on the Orient Express. Chapter 9? 9. Had to think
9.
for a second there. 9! 9!
No.
We're avoiding
No,
that country.
Yeah, with good reason. Not that Italy's much better right now. Speaking of, we get to join the investigators uh, in Milan as they just got to deal with chaos at an opera house as some sort of sorcerer or cultist or something managed to freak out the public at a packed house. And the investigators managed to storm the stage, get a hold of the torso of the Senephkar simulacrum, and fight off this cultist and some goddamn mummies.
I don't know if we fought
And
off the mummies. The mummies just sort of collapsed.
Yeah. If
yeah,
by fought off you mean
Simon's
got
sacrifice.
stabbed by and then survived.
Survived
Yeah.
by way of Simon having a heart attack.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
they were kind of kicking your ass there. So, with that, afterwards, Kat had a little bit of a discovery of a ritual and managed to transplant the vocal cords back into Clifton's girlfriend. So, but at what cost?
It was a super simple endeavor that absolutely is not going to have repercussions. So,
No, none whatsoever.
nothing, no big
Speaking
deal.
of, some observant audience members noted that Kat should have suffered a temporary insanity. Don't worry, she did. That was kind of handled off camera because one, we were getting late, and two, there was a more dramatic way to handle it. So, we are actually going to pick up the following morning because as the investigators escaped the opera house, they kind of had to work their way through crowds and panicked people within Italy. And along the way, somehow Kat got separated from the group and never returned back to the hotel.
Oops.
Speaking of,
I assume we brought Miss Caballero back to our hotel room, or they did, not me.
Mhm.
Well, hers is right next to ours, but
That's a good point. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I brought it back to hers, and that's probably where we are now.
well, everybody except for Simon, who, after realizing that Kat is missing, just went and pulled a Simon and poofed out of there.
I didn't pull a Simon. I specifically said I was going to tell them where I was going so they didn't panic. But yeah, Simon went off to look for Kat, basically. And so he went all over Milan, trust me.
But we would be picking up early in the morning with Simon returning, exhausted and looking like a man who just had experienced a heart attack.
Yeah, I'm looking great, everyone.
And he does not have Cat with him?
Nope.
That's a problem.
Yeah, so, hey everyone. I think I tracked Kat down. Sort of. But, she wasn't there. She may have did some weird magic thing. I don't know. She does magic, right?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, we watched it
Yeah.
happen, so...
Apparently.
I don't
Yeah.
know what else to call that, really.
Basically, I think I tracked her down to an old, like, fortune teller's house. Went in, there's, like, no way other ways in or out besides the front door, and the bed looked like it was slept in, and there was a little blood there. So...
A little blood.
Yeah, well, I mean, she was slashed up by those mummies. They had swords.
Oh, right.
As I look over at Silvio.
Was an old fortune teller? Was the fortune teller there?
No. No, it looks sort of abandoned, except for, I don't know, I found this weird piece of metal. And I pull out
Metal?
the thing that I
How
found.
did you know it was an old house then?
I talked to some people.
Oh, I've heard that's helpful sometimes.
What does the metal look like?
So it is a chunk of iron. Uh, if I could have you roll natural world, you might be able to find out more.
I
Or
don't think.
or if
Oh,
you
man.
have science
Oh,
chemistry.
yes!
I'll try it too. Nope.
Simon got an 18, which is exactly what he
Wow.
needed.
Wow.
Failure for me.
Impressive, Simon, impressive. So, yeah, Simon looks at it and realizes pretty quickly that that is not just a chunk of iron. That appears to be meteoric iron.
Like from the sky meteor,
Hmm
not like from a spaghetti dish.
Like working?
Yeah, this I think this fell from the sky. It's a chunk of meteor, maybe. Is it forged at all, or is it raw?
Raw.
And you found this in this fortune teller shop?
Yeah, it's the only thing noteworthy.
My cat is killing me.
Besides the bed and the blood.
What are you doing?
Yeah, um,
Okay.
yeah. I don't know where Cat is. Maybe, yeah.
Can we ask for, can we try asking for her cat?
I did. It doesn't listen to me either. So, um, yeah, I haven't had any luck.
Do we know its name?
Yeah, I think she mentioned it was. I heard her call it a name.
I don't remember.
Crap, I don't either.
I believe it just means black cat. What was it? Chatel or
Le Chat Noir?
I'm purposely not saying
I
it
know.
because you
No, this is perfect. This is Simon. I don't
Yeah.
remember. Yeah.
Well, let's
Do we think this
try.
magic did something to her?
More that I think
mean, it was
that
pretty troubling.
more that I think she probably did something because, well, I don't know. Just that she went in, didn't come out, and wasn't there when I looked in. So
Hmm.
Does she still have the Dream Luzon stuff?
no, I think that's in my pack.
And about this time, there is a knock on the hotel door.
Let me guess. I open the door.
I pull out. I have pulled out my guns, but I'm on the side of the door where the person can't see me. I'm just ready.
So when you open the door, Simon, the concierge that you had dealt with the day before is standing there with a newspaper.
Oh, thank you.
Today's edition. I believe that it may contain information that you might like or might find useful. And he kind of turns around and walks away.
What?
As in, we need to get the hell out of town because police are looking for the. Well, let's open it up and see what the
Yep.
stuff says.
So I don't have a handout for this one. I didn't get it typed up in time, but so the headline is "Chaos at the Opera House." This is actually the Italian edition, so Simon has to work to translate it. But basically, with the news story, it reports on a group of foreigners, 4 foreigners, that seem to have set some kind of smoke bomb within the opera house, causing panic and chaos. And it is reported that a half dozen people have been reported to be in very serious condition from trampling, and another 2 dozen visited the hospital over injuries from the reports. Also, there are several people missing, several prominent opera goers, and currently the foreigners are being sought out by the police.
We do not want to be arrested by the fascist police. Okay.
No,
That is
agreed.
not a good.
That wouldn't go well for us.
That would not be good. Okay. Fuck. I mean, I knew this was coming, but like, oh man, we can't just skip town either.
Can we have a map?
Oh, yes. Let me bring you to the map.
When is the next train out of here?
So you guys did check it before, and noon today is the next train out.
What time is it now?
It would be about 7 in the morning. So while
Okay.
you guys are dealing with that, we are going to cut to the train station, where Kat finds herself waking up from a deep slumber on a bench on the train in the train station.
She probably. Uh-oh, we lost someone.
We lost Ian.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are all of our cameras gonna be messed? Oh,
he's on his way back. Okay.
Right. So probably flail awake, or like, do the classic like waking up, gasping for air kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Looking around frantically, like guarded, unsure of what's going on, and then realizing where she is just like, oh God. Like looks at her hands, looks at her body, like, am I still very, very wounded?
Your wounds are all healed. Please reset your HP to full.
Oh, good. With the quotes. What about my magic points?
Your magic points are still empty.
Okay. So that's weird and very disconcerting. Are there any markings like I've been stitched up, or like first aid has been performed on me, or no?
Roll spot hidden.
Okay. I succeeded.
There seem to be traces of some kind of salve on your skin where the wounds were. You can't tell what it is, and it seems to have either rubbed off or dried, but there are traces of a salve there.
Okay, so I'm like sniffing it, like trying to figure out what it is. Am I still wearing like the fancy opera outfit?
You are, with that, the damage that occurred during the fight is slightly stitched up. It is kind of a sloppy stitching, but it is stitched up.
All right, well, I'm gonna head back to the hotel because I've got no clue what the fuck I'm doing right now. Well, actually, I guess I frantically check the time first. So I like look around. There's probably a clock somewhere at the train station. Recall that I have about 5 hours, and with that knowledge, I will start heading back to the hotel, and I'll see if I can get like a. Oh God, I don't have like money. The hotel's pretty far, right?
Not terribly far.
Not terribly.
Yeah, is it 12 or 13? Yeah. Where does the train come in?
13's the train.
12.
Yeah.
12?
Okay. Oh, there's 2
12.
different ones. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's not that far.
So, basically, as you start, kind of collecting yourself and heading in the direction, uh, people are kind of taking more note of you than usual. They're kind of glancing at you a little more than you'd expect.
Cool. Um, it's not cool. I don't have like a hood or a cloak or anything. Let's see. Can I?
Try
Oh,
stealth in
boy.
general. I mean, you could try sticking to back alleys and things.
I'm not very good at stealth, but I guess I can try it. I feel like I'm just going to draw more attention to myself. Um, what about? Oh boy.
Disguise? Do you have disguise?
No.
Okay.
I've got acting. I could try to act like nothing's wrong and everything's fine.
That will not help.
Not gonna work. Yeah, I can't act like I'm not. I can't act Italian.
Can you smear
um,
yourself in filth and act like a crazy homeless person?
I
I
don't
mean,
think
not
that's
ideal,
gonna
but
help me.
okay. I'm just spitballing here.
Um, no, I'll just keep going, and if I can flag down like a taxi or something,
Hmm.
I'll try to.
Okay. You flag down a taxi and he kind of lets you in. Doesn't really seem to be paying too much attention, but you do notice that uh, he is acting very different than the people were acting the, couple of days before. That he doesn't seem to have that melees about him. He seems to be just kind of a normal person.
Okay.
We did the
Um,
thing.
yeah, I'll just say the name of the hotel.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah. He starts driving and he is attempting to chat with you in Italian. Realizing that you're not talking back, he kind of stops, but it's a short drive anyway. And he says something that you presume is the fare and turns around to collect the fare. And when he sees you, he kind of pauses, pulls his hand back, and points at the door like he wants you out.
Oh, you got a free ride.
um,
Yay.
okay, I'll leave.
Do you
Um,
head up to your room or?
yeah, as quickly as humanly possible.
So meanwhile, we're
Okay.
gathering our stuff together, probably, or
Yeah, this would be not long after you guys were just talking. So Kat will arrive at the room upstairs.
okay. So I have this thought, and I don't want to be that guy, but since we really, really, really don't want to be caught by the fascist police, anyways, I feel like maybe just carrying my shotgun in a bag might not be a terrible idea. No thoughts?
It may come to that.
I
Um,
mean,
I'm gonna do that then, like just in a duffel bag, or something, like so it's not obvious. But
well, hold on. I mean,
then,
are they gonna check our luggage on the way
Okay.
out?
let's let's see if we can find some
okay,
help
fair
here.
point.
Maybe Clifton, your lady friend, might have some contacts that would be trustworthy enough to get us to the
Okay, yep, fair
railroad.
point. Let's
Perhaps
go
like
see.
in a truck, something that doesn't have us walking about in plain sight.
All right, let's go check on her. Or I mean, we probably
Oh,
would have
I
been in
think
there
Josh is
anyway. So.
frozen.
Yeah, I think he might be frozen.
Oh no.
No.
Oh wait, Josh, are you back?
I think he's back.
Uh, sort of. The audio is a bit robotic. Give me 1 second. I'm going to disconnect
Okay.
and reconnect.
All right. Quick, vamp.
Vamp.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Now you don't have a camera.
Yep, I'm working on it.
Yeah. Okay.
So much for my connection being better this week.
Look at now.
I think I'm going to be getting a new ISP because. Anyway, so we cut out with you. I cut out with you talking about putting the shotgun in some sort of bag, and the question came up of will they check luggage on the way out?
He was gonna
No.
go. He was gonna go check with Miss Caballero.
Yeah, Simon
Okay.
thought it was dumb to just be walking around, so he wants a good contact to talk to get us there safely.
Okay. So I will say though that you know that they customs are not going to check you again. You have
Okay,
been through customs
that's
to
good.
enter Italy. So
Let's just get that fuck out of here.
so I will say though that once Kat returns, you guys notice something different about her.
Oh, good. So yeah, I guess as you guys are discussing what to do, I stumble into the room.
And
Well,
you immediately, before anything else, notice her eyes are silver. 100% all the way through silver.
So not just the iris, or not the iris.
They look
whole
like
thing?
mercury. Just two
the
pools of
whole
mercury.
eyeball.
Do we need to make a sanity check?
You do not.
Shut up.
But yeah, this is a bit of a shock.
So Kat just stumbles into the room, like kind of looking really exhausted and kind of confused more than anything.
Simon's
And
like,
she just
thank
says,
goodness.
What happened?
We were coming to rescue
gonna
you.
ask you the same thing. I think Silvio, because he's still thinking of this magic stuff, especially after talking to Kat, as like a scientific thing. So he'd like try to examine her and see if he can like see if there's something wrong with her.
She,
Mhm.
I mean,
He's-
if you approach, she'll like grab your collar and be like, "Did it work?"
Yeah, I think so. What are you talking about? She's alive.
What? What do you think I'm talking about? What? The spell.
Yeah, she's alive. I mean, she's
Yeah.
not great.
Do you not remember it?
I remember the prop room and the table, and we set them down, and
Yeah, you did it. You did it. Good job. We need to get the fuck out of Milan, though. So, grab your stuff, please.
don't I have time to recover?
Nope, sorry. Fascists are after us.
Not unless you want to be in jail and then executed in short order.
You can sleep on the train.
Well, I certainly don't want that.
There will probably be some torture involved in there too. I'm guessing.
What happened
Usually.
afterwards? I don't remember anything. I plunged my hands in and there was blood everywhere, and then I
Well, you did it. It
woke
worked.
up.
Good job. But we gotta. Let's debrief on the train. Yeah.
Okay. she's
So,
she's
with
just
that,
like,
he's literally gonna leave the room and go next door, and
Look,
I guess knock on the door or.
yeah, Kat,
Uh,
I'm glad you're here, but yeah, we are in a bit of a bind, and he's still looking at your eyes.
why are you looking? Actually, can I roll psychology?
Yeah.
Okay.
While you're doing
Okay.
that, Silvio, if I could have you roll, I need 2 rolls from you. One is going to be first aid,
Mm-hmm.
and the second one is occult.
Sure. One of these is
So-
much better than the other.
I got a hard
Mhm.
success on my psychology, so I assume I can tell that they're looking at me weird.
Success
Oh,
on first
Okay.
aid and failure on a call. Although I could spend luck. I'm gonna spend 10 points of luck since I have 99.
Okay.
success
Must be
on
rough.
both.
Heck yeah.
So, with that success on both, you can tell she is you have no idea how this is physically possible,
Mhm.
but she appears to be bleeding silver into her eyes.
Well, that's not disturbing at all.
Because you notice that there
Mhm.
are clear signs of burst blood vessels in her eyes. When you get up close enough, you can see that yes, it's coated in silver, but it appears to be coming from burst blood vessels.
Is there where's there a mirror in this room?
Bathroom.
There's several. Yeah.
I'm just gonna guide her over to the closest mirror.
Wait, what? Why?
So she
Why is everyone
you,
looking at me like that?
you just need to see for yourself.
Oh God. What? What have I done?
And when you look in the mirror, I mean, you look fine. You don't know why they're making a fuss over you.
I look in the mirror and then I look back and then I look in the mirror again and I'm like, "I- is it my lipstick is smudged? Because like that's
You
Your
don't
eyes. Your eyes.
you don't see your eyes. You're bleeding silver.
What?
I don't see anything like that.
So I would like Kat to make a Cthulhu Mythos roll, and
Oh,
I will give you advantage on it. I don't
okay.
know if that'll help, but
That's a bonus die?
or yeah, bonus die. Sorry,
Okay.
talking D&D stuff.
Nope. I failed.
Okay. It for some reason what he said rings a bell, but you don't know why.
Uh, she's just like, I I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Look, we've got Mr. Carlyle was right. We have to get out of here. And she just like dismisses the subject, but you get the sense that it's completely due to discomfort and not any actual sense of
Mhm.
urgency.
True, we should leave soon, otherwise we'll all be bleeding and not silver. So let's go.
Okay.
Wait, the the torso. Do we have it?
We have it.
Okay, good.
Simon clutches
wrap
at
it up,
his
right?
chest a little bit.
I'm wondering if it's not the best idea for us all to travel in one big, very obvious group.
Unless they can get us a
Well,
truck.
let's see what we can figure out with our friend.
Move to Clifton.
Okay, yeah, I guess
Yeah.
we'll go meet up with them in that other room.
Okay. So while this was going on in the other room, Clifton was tending to Signora Cavallero, and she is much better today than she was last night, but she's still definitely not doing well.
I'm sorry, my dear, but we must leave you. The fascists are after us now.
What what happened? I remember being kept in a warehouse and speaking with a man's voice, and I don't.
An old
What
man,
happened?
I don't know all the details, but an old man cast a spell on you and stole your voice. We were able to, well, my friends and I were able to stop him and restore your voice to you, but at great cost. There was an incident at the opera last night, a very loud, very chaotic incident. Many people were hurt, and the fascists are now looking at us to question us, as I'm sure they would say. We need to leave Milan, and I'm hoping you can help us with that.
Of course. What do you need of me?
Ideally, we don't want to be seen on the street. If you can arrange a truck, maybe, or we need to get to the 12 o'clock Oriental Express and get out of town before they find us with our cargo. Our cargo is very important.
Uh, if uh, let me reach out. I can arrange a ride to the station. If the police are after you, they will likely check there. So be careful.
Alternatively, um, if you could arrange us a car to get to the next city over, we could perhaps beat the train there. And we can pay.
The next place upon the Orient Express would be Venice. There's no way that you could beat the train there. It would be days of travel versus a day, maybe less via train.
We'll
I
just
mean, we
have to.
wouldn't necessarily need to beat the train because we can just take the next one, but it would be risky because we'd still have to cross a lot of countryside with theoretically fascists after us. It is an option worth considering, though. I don't suppose you know any human smugglers, my dear.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, but I do. I can contact at the opera. Uh, we can have makeup done to disguise you.
That would be wonderful. Also, can I just do a quick first aid and see if I can do anything to make her more comfortable at the moment?
Yes, absolutely.
By the way, I guess I followed everyone into the room, but I've taken my hood and I have it kind of like lowered over my eyes because apparently they're very disconcerting, even though I don't see it.
So with that hard success, Clifton, you can tell that primarily it just kind of hurts her to talk right now. Not a big surprise after literally having her throat ripped out twice in the last week. But
One last night.
hmm?
And one of those was last night.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
while she's doing that, I'll actually walk up and say, I am so sorry for what I did.
you saved my voice. I don't know how, I don't know why, but you saved my voice.
I
I
guess I
might
just wanted.
be able to sing again because of you.
Yeah, I I guess I just wanted to do something right for once.
You did, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
And she kind of leads over and just grasps your hand in between hers. Thank you. I owe you everything.
Kat will just give like a simple nod and, you know, courteously walk away. But if anyone else is studying her expression, you get the feeling that she does not believe that to be true.
Can I
She
do
does
a
not
psychology roll?
go for it.
Uh,
Why
And
did I say
well-
go for it? That's something. I assume
Doesn't
it's a
matter.
psychology
Yeah.
roll to see how I'm reacting. So that's why I was
Yeah.
like,
I also
Yep.
wanted to see do we see a reaction from her to Kat's appearance when Kat first shows up?
I'm hiding my. I have a.
Oh,
I
you're
have
hiding your face. Okay.
Yeah.
Just shouting your eyes, yeah.
We should get like a veil or something.
Well, Silvio would know that if it is essentially bleeding in your eyes, it'll probably take a day or two to clear up, and you'll be
Yeah.
back to normal in theory. But I
Except,
mean,
it doesn't explain the fact that she has silver in her veins, so that's a different thing. But we'll have to cross that bridge later when we're not on the run from fascists in Milan.
Cross that bridge when I remember where that bridge is.
The other thing, I don't know if this is a roll or not, but I'm just trying to think like I don't know if it's like a luck or spending luck for Silvio to have any like radical contacts in Italy, because if there's anyone who knows how to get out of the country from fascists, it would be Italian leftists and radical. So I'm just
So
trying to think if he knows anyone.
one, you definitely know somebody. That
Mm-hmm.
is not an issue with your background. Two, the next stop is not out of Italy. It is Venice. Uh,
All
We
right.
gotta
so
go to Venice.
with that said, you think that if you reach out to one of your contacts, they might be able to help out. You don't know how, but
Mm-hmm.
if you want to reach out to somebody, we can easily have you call somebody, and we can figure something out.
Yeah, I'm thinking actually because the disguise might work to get us out, but since we're staying in Italy, we probably don't want to stay in a hotel in Venice. So maybe if there's a contact who can arrange like a safe house for us basically in Venice.
Okay.
Because there's no way we're going to be able to stay at an official's place.
That is wise.
So
I mean,
you do make a couple of calls, and you reach a contact that you've actually worked with before, a revolutionary wherever a revolutionary is needed, uh, who has been working with the resistance in Italy. So you're telling me you have made it to Italy, Silvio?
Yeah, I wasn't planning on coming here originally, but things happened. Europe, as I'm sure as you know, this continent is in a strange place right now.
That is an understatement, my good sir. So,
Um,
what
eh,
is it I can do for you?
well, probably not a big surprise to you, but myself and a couple of people I met ran into some problems with um, our fascist friends here, and they're kind of on the hunt for us now. Again, probably not
Dios
a big
mio.
surprise. Yeah. Oh, you know. Okay. Um, so we can't just leave Italy. We have something we need to take care of. In Venice, so we were hoping you would know of a place that we could stay there.
Yes, I have several contacts in Venice. Uh, Give me an hour, and I can arrange a site for you. Would I be able to send a telegraph? That would probably be the most secure option for me to send you an address.
We're probably going to be leaving, so we're not going to be here anymore because we got to make a quick exit. So maybe sending a telegram to. I'm trying to think.
The station
Would
would
like a
have a telegram.
telegram to the station be a thing with like a code name and a coded message?
Yes, that is easily arranged. And what line are you taking?
Don't laugh, but the Orient Express.
There is absolute silence. Oh, okay. There will be a telegraph waiting for you when you arrive,
Okay.
Mister uh, Mister Marquez.
Send it for Mr. All I can think of is Mr. Underhill. Mr. Underhill.
Hey, I mean, The Hobbit is out, right? Like that.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
Oh,
it
but not Lord of the Rings.
it would
Wait, is
be.
it?
Is Lord of the Rings out?
No, Lord of the Rings is not out
Just
yet.
The Hobbit.
Just
Is
The Hobbit.
later, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, there will be a missive waiting for Mister Underhill at the station.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Thank
really
you so
look
much.
like an under.
I will tell you the whole story later.
Oh, you better. You better.
know? I don't think you will.
No, probably not.
You'll definitely tell him
But
how
if
we
I do,
put that
it'll
one.
be heavily edited.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what else are you guys doing? Anything?
I think
Let's
that's it.
pack up.
Yeah.
Um, so
As
even if we do get onto the train, it's likely they're going to be searching the train. So
Yeah, how are we gonna disguise
So-
the torso?
You would know that the train is pretty much its own entity. It is technically owned by the Swiss at this point,
okay,
and yeah, the fascists wouldn't search the train, but they will probably be at the station for sure.
okay.
Okay, so we, Madame Caballero did talk about getting the uh, the theater people to give us disguises.
Mhm.
Um,
So
would that involve getting to the theater though?
she
Yeah.
will actually call some of her local contacts and have them visit the hotel.
Wunderbar.
And
It's nice to have.
actually does not take long to have them show up. And uh so they're working on your disguises and
I'd try my own disguise first.
okay.
Not that I don't trust them, but
Hmm.
He wants to practice.
No, that is entirely fair.
yeah.
Okay. So Simon gets a hard success, crafting a significantly different disguise from his usual wear. Meanwhile, the others are working on the rest of you, and Clifton is practically turns into another person with how well the costumers and makeup artists work on him. Silvio is almost as different, just uh, unrecognizable. And then they get to Kat and kind of lift up her hood, pull down her hood, and they start kind of searching around for maybe some other clothes. And they start putting on a little bit of pancake makeup to darken her
J-
skin a little bit.
Just close your
Uh,
eyes, cat. That way it won't disturb them.
it's a clumsy disguise, but it's she at least does not look like herself. Maybe she still looks foreign, but not quite herself.
Close your eyes so you don't disturb them. Just what a lady wants to hear.
Sorry.
Um, yeah, cool.
Okay.
Hold on. Sorry, can we just pause here for a second?
Yeah.
I'm reading the notes from Beddoes, and is this saying that there is a piece in Venice and a piece in Trieste, which are both in Italy still?
It is believed that there is a piece in both. Yes.
Where is Trieste? I gotta look it up here.
So let me take you to the map of Europe.
It's over on the Croatian border, Slovenian border. So it's past Venice. Okay, at least there's that.
Well, that is a stop,
So
isn't it? Every red dot is a stop.
yes, every along the red route, every black or red dot is a stop. So
So okay, so Trieste is just a further step down the way. I was thinking it was on the Tyrrhenian coast, and that would have been a complication I didn't know what to do with. Okay, so Venice is definitely should be our next stop though. Either way, okay. Sorry. Carry on.
yep, there will be a couple of stops along the way, Verona and Mestre. If you want to stop there, at this point you have not found any clues that are leading you to either of those, but you can stop there if you want.
Just do some
The
sightseeing.
trains,
fast-
definitely.
Do we know, like, do we know who that person was?
No. You have no clue.
If I
person?
describe the person to Katrina, would she know who that is?
I don't know. You can try.
Well, that's what I'm doing. Sorry.
What person are we talking about?
The person that Clifton decided to give an extra smile to.
Oh, right, that guy.
Which guy?
Smile. What? Oh, red smile. I gotcha.
Yep.
A Glasgow smile, or no, that's the yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
A crimson
Tommy
necktie.
Flanagan.
oh.
Crimson necktie is the common phrase of the day.
Why would I know who that is?
No, not you.
The
The
The-
other
Katarina.
the other
Katrina.
you
Kennedy.
know, the other person who he can't pronounce the name of.
Bingo.
So,
Sure.
you begin describing this man, and she's like, I know he was my captor. That's all I know. I didn't recognize him.
Do you know where you were held?
Ah, it was a warehouse in the automotive district.
Oh, I don't laugh. That's me laughing with the news articles.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I was just curious. I don't know if we want to go there to see if we can pull any other info, or yeah, we just want to get out of here, right?
Yeah, if you were to go
We
there,
have to.
yeah, if you were to go there,
Yep.
you would not be able to make the noon train.
Okay, yeah, then let's get on the train.
We do not have time to mess around. Let's just rest assured that he's part of the same cult that we've been fighting this entire time, and he's dead. So hopefully that'll, you know, put a period on that particular sentence.
It's interesting that the news article didn't say anything about his death.
Yeah,
is
that is interesting.
He was probably connected. Just like the freaking Duke was. Obviously, the Duke is connected. He's a Duke, but yeah. So, are we getting ready to leave then, or is it not time yet? Or
It
I
would
mean, I'd
be
like to have it.
yeah, unless you want to rush to the
Wait.
train, it would probably be time to start heading that direction.
Yeah. Also, like, I think we're better off not in the hotel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd
like
to take
It's
a
moment,
like
though.
the first place they could find us.
Yeah.
I mean, the concierge seemed to be on our side as well.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
you gotta
definitely
do
want to
something
get
on
out.
the
We
second.
want to get out. I
Yeah.
agree.
We also don't want to get him, in trouble with the fascists either, because he's helping us out.
Yep.
right.
I'd like to have a whatever, tender moment with Katarina. Farewells and hope to see you again and such. But I don't need to roleplay that. And let's get out of here because he's wants to go. He does not want to spend the rest of his life in an Italian dungeon. This is-
As we're leaving, like, as you're saying your goodbyes and we leave her room, Kat will just murmur, like, she's wrong, by the way. I didn't save her. I just did the same thing that he did.
You undid what he did.
No, I repeated it. And you know what the worst part is? Even though I don't remember everything leading up to it, it felt powerful. I don't want to feel that way again.
Okay. We've got your
I
back.
mean, that's the wise way to feel. It's this craving for power that is driving all these men to do these things. They're all driven by the same desire. The fact that you're scared of it is a good sign. If you weren't, then I would be really, really worried for you.
That's just the thing. I'm not scared of it. I'm scared of me.
Well,
I've
that's
worked
probably
magic before, but nothing like that.
these men aren't scared of themselves. They're clutching at power, and I don't think you should put yourself in the same category as them.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think if I want to escalate or um or just accept. Um oh man, I love role playing fights, but no, I think she'll just like nod, but you still get this sense like she she's not like fully at rest with what happened. And probably won't ever be.
Okay. And with that, you guys are able to travel to the train station with your disguises, and at least the best disguise that the terrified, people were able to put on Cat. You are able to make your way through the train station. It is obvious, though, that the bustle around here is very different than what you've seen in Milan over the last couple of days. People are actually people again. They're moving with purpose and determination, and there is a bit of lightness almost. Silvio, you in particular notice there's a bit of resistance to the police and black shirts that are roaming around. You recognize maybe the disgust of the regular Italian people towards the behavior of their countrymen here. It is a very different city, a better city than it was 2 days ago. And with that, you get on the train. Doesn't take long for them to load your baggage, and there's almost become a sense of normalcy to getting on the Orient Express now. The opulence is still there and still very different than what any of you are used to, but there's a comfort in it. None of you feel at place here, not even you, Clifton. But there's become just a feeling of almost safety. Like this is, well, it may be ferrying you to all these horrible places and these horrible things, at least it is the rest in between.
You
And
say
with
that,
that,
but there's also that smell that was coming out of that door a few times ago.
I was just going to say, and with that, you notice the smell of decay in the air.
God.
Because we really need a vacation.
Uh, it is about 8 o'clock, so we are going to take our break here and return to our rest on the Orient Express. So we will see you soon, folks. Welcome back. So our lovely investigators have managed to make it out of Milan. So let me go ahead and transfer you to back to the map of Europe. So on the train, it is at least relaxing enough. Other than that one slight whiff of an off odor, your trip back on the train is actually surprisingly relaxing. It's well needed.
Oh yeah,
And in
Simon
go
is
ahead.
just Simon has crashed out. He basically says, "If anything crazy happens, wake me, but I am exhausted, so I am sleeping."
Excellent. Anybody else doing anything on the train?
Yeah, how long is the trip to Venice? Or wait,
To
sorry, Verona, I guess, is the next stop, right? Or is there?
Yeah, the next stop is Verona, and that's going to be late in the evening. It's going to stop in Verona, and it will stay in the station overnight. You are welcome to stay on the train during that time, and it will be leaving for Mestra in the morning. So basically, between here and Venice, if you were to go if you were to just not leave the train, it would be almost 2 days worth of travel
Okay,
because
so
there are some weird spots to travel through.
before we talk about what we're doing on the train, can we just decide as a group what we're if we're gonna get off in Verona or Mestra, or we're just gonna go straight to Verona? Or, I mean, Venice.
I mean, we're getting there in the night, and I don't know if there's anything to do if everything is closed, right?
Yeah, well, there would be nice things, but we're sort of should stay on task. Like, there's nothing quest wise to do. I don't think, right?
I
Up
don't
to you, pal.
think so.
Yeah, I still hurt in the chest, so I'm not exactly thrilled to go doing things right now.
Yeah, and okay, so in that case,
And I still
Clifton,
hurt in the spirit.
I'm
Your sanity's still better than any of ours, so
Yeah.
That's
Clifton's
saying
hurting.
something about you and not me.
That sounds like a you problem. No.
Yeah.
Clifton, once he's alone with his thoughts, starts to ruminate, and he's hurting in the conscience. So he's gonna start drinking, um, irresponsibly,
Like you
probably.
do.
So that's gonna be a thing.
That's going to be a thing. Deal with that party.
Because
I think
the
Kat
guy probably
holds up
deserved to
in her.
die.
Kat just holds up in her room and does not come out.
Okay.
which probably includes meals.
Like, do we have room service or whatever the train equivalent is for that? Or
You essentially can order to your room from the dining car. Yes.
I don't think Kat eats for a day. I think
no,
she's just like tapped out. Yeah.
no appetite. Yeah.
Yep.
I
Okay.
think Silvio's just probably, well, Simon's crashed out, so he's probably just doing some reading, I think. Didn't you say there were some books on the train somewhere?
Yes. In the salon car, there's kind of a small bookshelf with some various literature on it.
I also have a very fascinating work in Old German. If you'd like to take a look at that.
Hey,
I don't-
you've been delaying on translating that. I've been waiting for you to do that.
Instead,
I'll
you go
consider
off to
that
the
on that.
drinking car, apparently.
I don't think. I think he's
Um,
drinking in his room, man. I don't think he's even going to the bar.
I think Silvio, not necessarily, usually his fare would be more like political theory and history, but if there's anything like on Venice, it's specifically, he'd probably be reading that. If not, he's just kind of picking random stuff to read.
So,
Yeah, actually, there are history books about all the various major stops along the Orient Express. And there is a wonderful book about the history of Venice.
Yep, so he'll pretty much be spending his time reading that, then.
Okay.
so we all did smell the smell, right?
We walked in and we smelled the smell.
And then we just said, nope.
I cannot be bothered with that right now.
Yeah, I feel like I can't either. It hasn't bothered us yet. I hurt. I was up all night looking for Cat. I need sleep.
Okay.
I still don't know that you were up all night looking for me, so I don't feel bad.
Ah, that's that's fine.
Okay. I have sent a message to all of you as to how many sanity you regain during this rest.
Probably not a lot.
As I get several messages back from people.
Oh, nice.
So, uh, I, joking aside, are you working on the translations, Clifton, or no?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
He's actually maybe got a renewed motivation for it, so to speak, after what he saw in Milan.
Okay. Let me make a quick roll. Oh, how convenient. That amount of sanity that you gained, go ahead and lose that again.
Yeah.
It was the exact same amount.
Oops.
But you now have at least sufficiently translated the book. So I will update the listing in here.
That was a Luzon handout, wasn't it? No, Paris.
No, that's in Grimoires. You have
okay.
Chronica von Nath.
Right. Chronique.
So,
I think you're the only one. Oh no, here it is. Yeah.
well, whether or not you share this information with Kat, that's up to you. But I have updated the listing, so if you close it and reopen it, it now has additional information about what is in there, including the spells that are in there.
Yep, I'm definitely gonna find. I do it, and I go find Cat. Maybe
Okay.
somewhat obnoxiously.
Yeah, I mean, so you knock on her door and there's no response at first.
Yeah. Katerina, I have to discuss something with you.
If it's about what happens, I don't know if I need to hear it again.
No, it's the grimoire. I finished translating it. There's power in
She,
here.
so, um, this will run counter to what I, the player, want.
Yeah.
So just know that. She opens the door and just glares at you with silver eyes and just says, "After what happened, you would give me more?"
I would like to point out by this point, some of the silver has cleared. You
Okay.
can see her eyes underneath.
Your enemies are powerful. I'd rather trust you with it than them.
Oh, that makes one of the two of us. I don't.
You helped somebody. You did. You undid a great crime. So
Yes,
let's
yes, I know. I did wonderful, fantastic things. And I don't remember anything that happened afterwards. And I'm a bit concerned that people seem to be looking at me like I'm a monster.
Well, your eyes look very strange, but they're getting better actually, I think. Yes.
That's
They're
good.
getting better.
Who healed my wounds? Do you know? Because I
Oh,
don't.
no, I don't even know where you were. We lost you in the night. Still though, I
Yeah.
mean, what's that about gift horses and mouths? Anyways, let's
Don't
take a look at this
look
book.
a gift horse in the mouth. I I don't know, Clifton. And this is the first time she's ever said your first name.
Oh,
I don't know.
we don't know what we're going to be up against. We need to have all the weapons at our disposal.
I suppose. All right, leave the book on my nightstand.
All right, if you want to talk about it, let me know. So I guess I just hand her the book and the notes, I suppose, or whatever. However, I would have
I
written
assume you
stuff down.
translated it like
Yeah,
written or something.
in the margins, or I probably just had like side notes with it.
Yeah, it'd probably be like a separate notepad of notes or some extra sheets of paper or something. So does Kat look through them?
I think she spends a few hours debating and trying to like rest and trying to sleep and trying to get her mind off of things, but in the end, she caves and
Okay.
she will look.
So I have just messaged you with how much sanity you lose.
Okay.
And both you and Clifton increase your Cthulhu Mythos score by 6 percentage points.
Nice.
I have Cthulhu with us now. Not probably a
Yes,
good thing, actually, but
that is pretty much the opposite of a good thing.
yeah.
So that
It,
also
it,
means
it,
our sanity, our max sanity goes down, right?
Yep, your
By the
max
same amount.
sanity is lowered by however much you have in Cthulhu Mythos.
yeah,
Cool.
it's a good thing for Simon and Silvio because you guys can make those rolls and we don't have to worry about it.
Oh, good.
Hey, I just
Yeah,
had a heart attack for you guys, all right? So
So that doesn't affect my current sanity level, though, right? Just the
Nope,
max.
your
Okay.
yeah, your sanity is not high enough that it would, at least at this point. If somehow you regained a fuck ton of sanity, then that would be a problem. But
I'm not gonna gain 33 sanity. It's never gonna happen. So I think I'm fine.
now, please note on their cat that there is a list of spells at the bottom beneath the
Holy
description.
crap! There's a bunch of them. Can I
Indeed.
say these, or can Cat say
You
these, or no?
That is entirely up to her.
Can you?
But
There's like 9 spells here.
you you do have access to all these spells until your first time casting them. It's a little iffy.
Okay.
Your first time casting a new spell is always kind of a little harder, but once you have cast it once, it's basically second nature to you.
Okay, and I can look these up in the compendium here.
Some of them are in the compendium, some of them are elsewhere. If you can't find one, let me know.
Okay,
Some of them go by different names, is part of the reason why.
sure.
So, Josh, I at least understand the basic nature of these spells, right? Or at least the names, or no?
Uh, in a broad sense, yes. You don't have the experience that Cat does, but you at least know roughly kind of what's going on.
Well, there's at
Especially
least
the ones with like summon in the name.
yeah, because there's at least one spell that they've definitely used against us specifically. So that's
No,
interesting.
none of these have
No,
been used against you.
well, there's a never mind, not fire vampire. Never mind. Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Nope.
Okay.
Very different thing.
Yep.
Very different.
I saw the other thing and then I
Pretty
saw
extremely different thing.
Like order of magnitude sort of different.
That's pretty funny. Cool.
Are you going to share with the class what you learned, or are you going
Oh
to keep it
no.
secret?
No. I'm sorry, but no.
Come on, you know you want a new friend. You could just summon one up.
I'll share it with the group when I inevitably cast one of these
yeah.
horrible
Oh my
things.
god.
Yeah.
Like that's gonna be especially
Yeah.
if it's a summon spell. Oh boy.
So anyway,
Oh boy.
for the rest of you, the train ride and the night stay in Verona is uneventful. It's just a calm train ride. Beautiful weather. It's obviously winter outside, but it's still just a nice calm winter's evening. And in the morning, some additional passengers load on, and the train continues on. Are you guys intending to stop in Mestre?
How long is the stop there?
It would be a couple hours. I mean, obviously, you could stay there and catch the next train, but you don't happen to have a safe house here, so.
I don't see a reason to. Can I just propose a can we go both directions on the Oriental Express or can we only go one direction?
Your ticket takes you to Constantinople and then back. So you only go in one direction until you get to Constantinople, and then you can return.
And the lore that we've uncovered implies that we have to be in Constantinople to destroy the simulacrum, right? With all the pieces. So
Yep.
it's not like
Uh,
we can't go out of past Venice and then come back. Really, that's not a practical approach.
that would not be practical, no.
Okay.
You could probably like repurchase tickets, and
Yeah.
that would get expensive and possibly cause issues, but I mean it's possible.
I just thought it might be a good idea to just let Italy cool down a bit before we came back, but I don't think that's really we should just go right to Venice. Hopefully it's I mean they don't have the internet. They have phone lines, but like they can't fax a picture of us or anything. So hopefully this is sort of Wild Westy in that if we're not in the same county ish, it'll be hard for them to figure out who we are. Maybe
As long as we don't act like a bunch of Americans.
that's gonna be hard. Plus,
That's gonna be hard, seeing as we are
So-
a bunch of Americans.
yeah,
No, you're three
Oh.
Americans
Oh, that's
and
right.
a Mexican.
Yes.
and one Mexican dude.
Still doesn't help.
Both Americans at least. So, okay, we may want to go by you know, pseudonyms again. Anyways, that's all I had to say about that. Let's go straight on to Venice, though. Unless somebody has an objection, I'm fine with that.
No.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of is like just to do a little research.
In
Mestre?
Yeah, because Mester's right is rarely close to Venice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where's? Let me look at Beto's notes again. You know what? Let's do that. I think that's a good idea. I mean, it can't hurt, right? Well, I mean, timeline-wise, it might hurt us a little bit because we're ahead of our adversaries right now. But I think it's worth at least
Are
doing
we?
some library. What's the name of the skill?
Library use.
Yeah, library use.
But yeah, it might be good to know like anything about Napoleon's army and anything if we can find about the Sedefra scrolls or whatever.
What?
The Sedefkar scrolls.
Thank you.
You know, it's only the name of the artifact that you guys have been after for a couple of months now.
Oh,
No.
whatever.
The simulacrum is what we've been after. We
Well,
completely
no,
missed the fact that we
it's-
also needed these scrolls. So
The scrolls share the same name. It's the Sedefkar Simulacrum and the
Yep.
Sedefkar scrolls.
We don't necessarily need the scrolls. We just need the pieces. The
a
scrolls
ritual
lead
to destroy it utterly is included in a set of documents known as the
Oh.
Sedefkar scrolls.
Okay, no, you're right.
It helps to pay attention to the handouts I give you.
Oh,
I thought we
snap.
were just gonna drop it in a volcano. That was my
All
plan.
right, so we need the scroll. There is a typo here. It's Sedefkar, not Sedefkar. But yes, I'm assuming that's a typo. So I don't know. I vote to get off in what's it called, Mestra?
Yeah, I'd be fine getting off. I don't know if we all need to, but
Well,
and
correct
plus
me
we
if
only
I'm
have a
wrong,
couple of hours. But
If we don't all get off, then everyone else leaves without them, right?
only if we don't get back to the train in time.
You know how I feel
Yeah.
about splitting the party.
You love it, right?
I think I do it pretty much every session, right?
No, never split the party. Oh boy. I mean, who's decent at library use on the team? I have a 30.
I'm good at it.
20, but I can give it a try.
46. I think Cat's
I mean,
better.
we're all decent, so we should. Probably all
I've got like a 40 something. I got a 40.
Well, I think
Well, okay,
we
we are-
risk it. Let's just see if we can get a little research done to figure out anything else. Because
just real quick, just a quick in and out. Just
yeah,
like 2 hours.
yep, not even because the train leaves before then.
Wait, Josh, how long do we have?
It's about a 2-hour stopover.
Oh, I thought it was 3. Okay. Can
A
we get
little
to the,
over 2 hours, but yeah.
Can we get to a library and back before? Like, is there a library near the?
It'd be
I don't know
tight,
if I-
but yeah,
I don't know if there'd be enough time to really do a lot of research, though.
not
You're right,
a lot.
not a lot, but maybe, just maybe, we'll find something.
Tell you what. Who's bad at library access?
I think Silvio's the worst.
I think mine was the lowest.
Can I give Silvio a shopping list?
Sure, this should be
Okay.
fun.
It's just a bunch of random, like, super strange but common, like seemingly random things
Oh,
that
Like-
would be pretty
like-
easy for you to get.
Old Germanic things, right?
like
No.
bat guano and
No.
sulfur and
Frog
giant
eyes.
newt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tail
Josh,
salamander.
I'll text you. What you know? Okay. Does that
Okay,
sound like
so-
something we can get, Josh?
Hmm?
Does that sound
I
like
didn't see.
I sent you?
Oh, it didn't beep for me. Oh, yeah. That's
Cool.
that's easy enough.
Sweet.
Thanks, Mr. Gunslinger, for doing our grocery shopping.
Yes. Go shopping. please.
Sure, it won't lead to any shenanigans.
Yeah.
at all.
While
Yeah.
you're at it, I mean, if you can find some dynamite too, that'd be great.
On it.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be great.
Got a shopping list of my own.
Oh, actually, yeah, your contact could probably get us some in Venice. Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
it's quite possible.
Sorry, I would be really excited about that.
Hey, we're not actually trying to overthrow any governments, though, right? That's not our goal here.
Speak for
No.
yourself.
We've got bigger fish to fry.
We actually do. That's ironically, we have bigger
Yeah,
fish than
for
fry
once we
overthrowing
actually do.
fascism in Italy. You have bigger fish. Oh, wow.
All right, let's go to the library, get our shopping done, meet back up quick.
Okay. So yeah, it is. You have to rush to get there in time to really do any research and know that you'll be able to make it back. So what I am going to say is that all of you do have a penalty die
Yeah.
for your library use.
That makes
All right.
sense.
Well, here's what it is.
Alrighty. I failed.
Ooh, I would have gotten a super awesome success with that bonus, but instead I just got hard, so
Oh, is that all?
that's all.
Okay. So let me pull this up. Okay. So in your journals, there is Venice handouts, and you are able to find, with your research, a reference to the military captain that was referenced by Beddoes, Capitaine de Bois. So would you care to read the handout that I gave everybody?
Sure. Official report summary, Captain Dubois, 16th of November, 1797. Sir, regarding the disturbances of the last 3 days, I must report that on the 13th of November, an unruly mob of Venetians gathered at San Marco barracks gates. They defied my request to disperse. The reason they gave was that they wanted me to deliver one of my privates, Jean Boucher, to their hands. I'm assuming that's how you say it? Boucher?
Yeah, probably.
They claimed that he had caused this grievous plague that affects Venice by evil arts. They seemed to genuinely believe that this superstitious nonsense. Sorry, I have a little one here.
That's okay. Easily forgiven. Aw.
Aw.
Where was I? Defying my direct command to depart, they attempted to storm the barracks and seize Boucher. I ordered the men under my command to fire. The first volley was directed over the heads of the mob. No second volley was required, as the crowd then dispersed. Then I put the district under curfew. I interviewed Boucher and found him a docile soul of low intelligence and little enterprise. Why, the sole loot he has been able to gather on our glorious march across Europe is an odd porcelain leg. Boucher seems to think it a prize, although I doubt any other man under my command would think so. The next day, a delegation of prominent Venetians of the district visited me and again requested Boucher be tried for witchcraft. I imprisoned them all as the ringleaders of the mob. There the matter rests. There will be no further such unrest in the district under my command. On the 15th of November, that occurred, which I have described to you privately. I deal with this in detail in personal documents as not fitting for the subject of an official report. And there is an annotation from his senior officer commending his prompt action in dispersing the mob without bloodshed.
Now, you think that you probably would be able to find more if you had more time, but you're kind of running low on time, so
Womp
could
womp.
be that It could be a library in Venice might have more information, or maybe not.
Well, okay, so I was looking at the map, like a Google Maps, and Mestra is like basically just across the bay from Venice. Am I wrong in that?
No, you are right.
So we could go on to Venice and then still travel back to Mestra. It wouldn't be that much of an inconvenience.
Nope. I mean, inconvenience, yes, but not any, major
Doable.
problem. No.
Right, it would be a
Uh,
thing that's doable. Okay.
the I mean, the Venice stop is literally only, a not even half-hour ride on the train, and most of that is it speeding up and then slowing down. So these two cities are not far apart.
They're like sister
Oh,
cities. Yeah.
towns. Yeah.
So,
And actually, the Venice stop isn't even in Venice proper. It's technically outside of Venice, but
okay, so I'm assuming we left all of our luggage on the train, right? That was part of this whole thing. We just got off and
yeah, no way you could have run to the
yeah.
library with your stuff.
So we should go back.
Yep.
If we need to come back to Mestra, it's not a problem. It's not that. It's totally doable. Well, unless we're trying to duck the police at every turn, that might be a little bit of an issue. But I'm hoping that's not the case because we're
Why
on
would
the other
why would
side of
that
the road.
happen? Why would you
Yeah,
expect
right.
everything's
All
fine?
right. Okay, so we're
Trouble
gonna
at
head
all.
back to the train then, right?
Yep, yep.
Okay. So you head back to the train, you load up, and as I said, it's just kind of a quick stop across. So I mean, it doesn't take very long for you to arrive in Venice. And oh, and by the way, I checked on the pronunciation of that name, Simon. It's Boucher.
Boucher.
Yeah,
Okay,
whatever.
there we go. Yep.
It's French, so they never pronounce that last consonant, right?
Usually no, but okay. So when you arrive in Venice, the actual arrival is outside of town, and they kind of transport everybody from the Orient Express into town. So
What? The train can't go in the canals?
you are actually given free transportation to one of basically the northern part of the Canal Grande. So essentially, kind of starting off on the northern end of the map.
Looks like there's several academic resources we can consult here. I'm only seeing the one. Sorry, did you click where we were being dropped off?
Basically, yeah, the northern part of the map. Not not super clearly defined, so run with it.
And our likely hotel is going to be the only one I see, which is the Hotel Royale Daniele.
We got a safe house, I think.
Yeah,
Oh, right, we're on the run.
I gotta check for a telegram for Mr. Underhill.
Yeah, I kind of glossed over that, but yeah, you get the telegram and you have an address for a safe house. And the safe house is actually it's not terribly off from Piazza San Marco. It is right about here.
I didn't
Actually,
see anything.
okay. I'll actually draw on the map. Give me a second.
Yeah, because I wasn't zoomed out far enough.
Okay.
Oh no, roll 20.
What's up with Roll20? Did it do
Oh, I
something
did lose
dumb?
everybody besides me in Roll20. I only have my portrait now.
Oh,
Connection to the server
yeah,
interrupted.
same. That is weird.
That would explain it. Oh, and suddenly everybody's portrait came back.
Yeah, it's popping back now.
Huh, okay.
Yeah, I just
I see
reloaded
it.
mine.
There, I see you.
There
So
we
we're
go.
north of the Ducal
Ah.
Palace.
Yep. That would explain why nobody saw my ping.
Yep.
20. You did it.
So we're northwest of the Ducal Palace, a couple blocks.
More than a couple blocks. I mean, not a ton more, but yeah, it's.
Does the ruler work on this version of the map? That's definitely
No, I didn't format it for.
those are far more than yards. Yeah. Okay. It's like 2 yards from the from the Ducal Palace. Okay.
No, it's about 400 yards away from the Ducal Palace. Deuce, whatever.
And the Piazza San Marco is the famous square that has all the pigeons and everyone always films when they're in Venice. Okay, it's been a very long time. Okay. Can you just for flavor? Can you describe the safe house for us?
No.
One second, my connection.
He's frozen again.
Terrible.
Yeah.
All right, I think that Ian should describe the safe house.
There we go. That'll do it.
Improv.
Oh,
Josh is back.
Hey, Josh is back.
Okay. And just so the audience knows, I ordered new internet during break because I am sick and fucking tired of this. So, you guys will probably the audience will probably have to deal with this for one more session because in theory they're coming Monday the 30th to hook up my new internet. So, but anyway, you were asking for me to describe the safe house. It is a kind of hole in the wall residential building that is just off of one of the canals, and it is very poorly maintained, and which is kind of normal for Venice. But it is clearly a building that was once beautiful and now just feels kind of run down. With that said, it is vacant. It is clearly a vacant building, and when you arrive and get inside, somebody has set up, basic sleeping arrangements, a couple of cots and a couple of sleeping bags, and laid out some basic supplies. Nothing even remotely fancy. In fact, it's very different from what you have experienced these last couple of days, the last couple of weeks.
It's no Orient Express, that is for sure.
I just look at Clifton and I'm like, welcome to my world.
I was going to say, Silvio is like, home.
Simon is like, this brings me back.
And Clifton is trying his best to put on a polite face, but he is clearly uncomfortable. But he'll suck it up. He will ask though, Mr. Marquez, how well do you trust this contact that set this place up for us?
I trust them enough to trust my life with, but I haven't worked with this particular person a ton in person, but I have met with them before, and we all share the same ideals. That's enough for me.
Be betraying us to the fascists anytime soon.
Yeah, that would never happen.
Good enough, I suppose. I guess I'll take that sleeping role. Let's just point to one. I don't know.
We should be safe here for at least the time we're in Venice. Which, how long are we in? When's the next train leaving?
Well, I mean, if you want to take the next train, it's tomorrow. But Venice being one of the quote-unquote major stops, you're looking at trains coming through, if not every day, at least every other day. So
Okay.
Cool.
Well, and we have some pretty important business here, so we probably don't want to leave till we figure that out.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Is
Yeah,
that
Turned into a moody teenager.
sorry? I was just wondering if that was in character or not. So-
No.
Uh,
Sorry, Kat's been acting weird, so I'm not sure
Yeah,
yet.
no, she's very quiet right now. She's still mulling things over.
And what time of day is it? You said.
So at this point, it would be like late afternoon, early evening.
We still got a little bit of time to do something.
Before we before we go anywhere, there's a matter that I would like to discuss.
Oh, okay.
Well, I understand the irony in this coming from me, but I think it's important that if we're going to continue to work together, we share no secrets between us. And Silvio, your relationship with these black shirts is of concern to me, because if we are unable to make it through Italy without drawing attention to ourselves, and again, I realize the irony in this, it could be problematic.
what was that? Who just did a roll?
It was Josh clarifying that my eyes have mostly cleared up at this point.
Okay. So the conversation is slightly less disconcerting.
A wee bit.
I mean, my relationship with them is, you imagine, we have completely opposite ideologies, and so people like me are the first they'd kill. Now, I haven't been in Italy before, so
I think
they don't know me in particular. They just know me from what we did.
Sure. I think I've discerned as such, but the appearance of that knife in your luggage was a bit of a shock to us, as we did not know that that event occurred. That is more what I'm referring to.
A welcome one, though. Very serendipitous.
I wasn't exactly expecting their reaction. I honestly almost forgot about that that item. Yeah, I took part in those protests in France, and both because I like being part of that type of action, but I also needed to clear my head after we fought living skeletons. But there were some black shirts there, and
She holds up a hand and she just says, I have no intention of relitigating what has already occurred. I just think it's important that from here on out, we keep no secrets. And to that extent, if you have any questions of me, I would understand. Though you might not find the answers satisfactory.
Actually, I'm curious. Where did you get your power from?
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
My power?
Your abilities. I've never seen anything like that before.
If you're referring to what happened the other night, I have never seen anything like that either. My abilities, as you call them, is simply education and knowledge. But, applied.
Well, you say that like it's simple. I don't know if any of us could do any of that.
I didn't know I could either. The point is, all I know is I have studied the occult and magic and fortune telling for most of my adult life. And so I know I can separate fact from fiction. This kind of thing is not something that I've ever done before. The most I've ever done is working with dream interpretation and that kind of thing, walking dreams and studying them and going to places while asleep.
While asleep?
Yes.
Can you physically go somewhere when you're asleep?
You've already done it once.
We did.
Physically? I thought that was just a dream.
I think
Riley,
I've told you before, Simon, that you should shy away from thinking of it as just a dream.
No. Like, okay.
Your body did not move, but your consciousness went.
But in Milan, it looks like you moved while you were asleep. I tracked you down, and it looks like you were sleeping in a bed, but you were not there, and I could not find you after that.
You followed me and you did not tell me?
Well, we got back to the hotel and didn't see you. You weren't with us. So yeah, I went looking for you.
I have no memory of what happened after the ritual. None.
I'm not saying you do. I was just wondering if that was a possibility, I guess. I don't know. These are things I don't know.
I'm not an expert either. I'm an expert on
Well,
some things, but
You're the
this was
closest thing to
beyond
an
me.
expert we have.
Well, then I must apologize for being a poor one at that.
You've done all right so far.
So you say. In
I
any
do
event,
say.
that's all. I just wanted to express my desire for openness. That's all. We've found 2 of these pieces, and we still have a ways to go.
We do.
Well, while we're on the subject, is there anything else we should be discussing?
I don't know. Is there?
I have
Do
nothing.
you know that Napoleon's army carried a piece into Venice when they invaded? Aside from that, we've got nothing.
Well,
Yeah,
we
where are
do.
we gonna start?
We do have a little bit more. It sounds like this soldier Boucher was the one who carried it in.
Mm-hmm.
So at least we have a lead in that regard.
That's true. All right. Well, we could go to the San Marco barracks. We could go to the library. We could.
Well, there's the Biblioteca Marciana. There's the Academia or Academia. I'm not sure how to say it. I'm assuming that has some academic stuff. Actually, Josh, yeah, can you tell me what that
No.
is? 'Cause I don't know what that is.
Could it?
What's number
No.
7?
School.
Academia.
Academia.
Yeah.
It's university.
Yeah. So trying to pull up the information on that. But basically it is one of the it's an art school is essentially kind of the best way to describe it. It's part museum, part art school, and some of the some of the best artists at this time are studying there, but at the same time, it is also a gallery and stores some incredibly beautiful Italian art. So it's not as simple as just a school or even an art school, but yeah.
One thing. Cat, I found this meteor thing piece where I thought you were sleeping. I just remembered it. Would
Just-
you have any idea what this is all about?
By the
I
way,
don't know. Josh?
So, are you holding it up, Simon?
Yeah, sure. We're in our safe house.
Okay. So, when he holds it up, Kat, you go into another dissociative state.
Oh, good.
To everybody around, she just looks kind of stunned, basically unsure of what this is.
I'm in a
But
stupor.
uh, after a moment, it becomes quite obvious that she's not there. She's not behind her eyes at this point.
Okay,
So-
I put it away.
And
Cat, are you okay?
once he puts it away, as far as you're concerned, like maybe a second passed at most. You see him hold it up, and you see him put it away, and that's it. You don't even recognize time has passed.
Um,
Are you
I guess
okay?
I guess I just continue to stand there, and I'm like, I were you showing me something?
Yeah, you sort of well, you didn't disappear. It looked like your mind went somewhere else. So I put it away. Now you're back, thankfully. I probably
Perhaps it
shouldn't
would be better to
go
put it
waving
away
that
from me.
around. Yeah. In any case, I think it's a meteor piece. I don't know if I could describe it, but it looks like a chunk of metal. So it's metallic, not just rock. Then again, most meteors are, probably.
I assume it has something to do with what happened to me after I left that night.
Possibly.
Simon, you said you found her in an old fortune teller's house. Do you know anyone in Milan? Cat?
I've never been to Milan. Well, until we went.
Hmm.
No, I don't know anybody.
What about that woman we saw in Dream Luzon? The crone
about
with the cauldron.
Oh,
Does
that'd
that
be
have
creepy.
anything to do with anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Sounds like a riddle we might have to solve later, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yes. Let's perhaps table this.
Or perhaps a riddle that should not be solved ever.
Well,
Or
it's
possibly.
sorry, Jeff. Tell me this time again. It's like 7.
Yeah, it's probably about like 6-ish or so.
We just call
While
it a
we're
night.
here, does anybody have skill with chemistry or mixing things?
Besides
Drinks?
brandy and ice, no, I do not have.
That's not going to cut it.
No.
And also, if that's the only mixed drink that you can make, then you should not quit your day job.
Does it involve repairing a machine?
Yeah.
Because I
It's
can
like, what
do
drinks
that.
do you know how to make? It's like brandy over ice.
Brandy in my mouth. No, I can probably make a Sazerac. I don't know.
Do you need something mixed?
Mixed?
Need is a strong word.
Do you need something chemist?
Chemist.
Chemistrified?
No, forget I mentioned it.
I thought you said no secrets.
She looks up and she smirks a little bit and she says, "You're right. I apologize. I was only trying to protect you from things that are just as bad as what we just experienced. But there's a spell in this tome that I thought could be of use to us. It involves the creation of some dust, which would be harmful to a creature from outside the natural world. which I believe we have encountered before. But unfortunately, I have no skill in the mixture of such a substance. Silvio, the objects that I had you purchase for us in shit, where were we?
Town before.
Verona.
Yeah, in Verona were ingredients for this dust.
It's possible we may be able to find someone who can do it.
Yeah.
It just depends on what exactly it is. Is it something you could trust someone else to make?
I imagine that I would trust them to make it. However, they might look at us like we're already insane.
Can it be made in different parts? So that it wouldn't look weird?
We could try, but I would doubt its efficacy. I could also try to make it myself, but again, efficacy.
Well, okay, how complicated is this? We can't just try and amateur this thing?
It's a chemistry roll. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So we
I
can
have like
find
0 points in
apothecary.
it. Yeah.
So our concern is that how weird can it be if it's just in a pot, like if it's just a chemistry? We're looking for a particular form of matter, right?
I mean, worst case scenario, it just is not functional.
Yeah. So for the spell, a successful either chemistry or pharmacy roll is required. It is not incredibly difficult to mix, but it does take a level of precision that none of you really are
Okay,
comfortable with.
Is that under
So is it-
like art craft then? So we'd have a 5 in it, or
Yep.
okay.
so would it be possible to commission an apothecary to do this and just not tell him what it's for? I mean, is it a bunch of really weird stuff that's going to be like? It's not like children's eyes or anything, right? I mean, we can't like it should just be.
If
Can we
somebody
give them the
asked
stuff and say
me,
mix this? I mean,
if somebody asked me to concoct this, I would think that they were using it for some superstitious nonsense.
who gives a shit? As long as we're paying money, they're gonna. I mean,
Yes.
it's Italy.
I agree. I think we could probably find someone to do it.
There are definitely apothecaries in Venice. I'm confident of that.
But I would not say it's a priority. So, just
Is this for
something to think
spell?
about. Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll keep our eyes out and yeah, definitely see if we can find anything.
In the meantime, library.
Library.
That's a good
It's
default.
like 6 o'clock. So how late is the library open?
Well, tomorrow then.
It'll be open for like another hour or two tonight, but yeah, it probably wouldn't be super useful.
Okay, well then maybe we do take the time to see if we can find an apothecary.
Sure. Yeah, we don't have to
Uh,
like roleplay the whole thing, but we can just look for one.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is not difficult in Venice. In fact, not terribly far away from your safe house, along the Canal Grande. There are several various shops, including multiple apothecaries, pharmacists, uh, basically multiple people who could take care of this portion for you. Yeah.
Okay. And if they ask what it's for, like just make up some, like, oh, it's to drive the spirits away, and they're like, oh, okay, you're just kooky.
You could just say
Yes.
it's for my grandma. She has an old family recipe, and she won't take it. And
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of the ingredients that we got are like for ingestion though. So it's like really weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Not a single one is safe to ingest.
Yeah.
Not one.
Oh, you had Silvio get a bunch of poison. Nice.
No, it's like an insect,
There,
I'll say.
yeah, there's like heavy metals and other stuff that is just not the sort of thing that you would want to eat.
okay.
But yeah, no, it's easy enough, and they will give you that funny look. And when you make some comment, driving away spirits, they're like, okay. But yeah, it does take a little bit of time for them to create the mixture, but you are able to, uh, a couple hours later, have it is 16 doses of the powder.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Gonna write that
It
down.
is for our audience listening and watching. This is the baneful dust of Hermes Simigeratus, Trimetigerus, Geratus.
Which is good against aliens, right?
Well, that
We
I was
shall
gonna
find
say
out.
that's up to Kat to share exactly what it does beyond what she
I
has shared already.
I told you mostly what I know. It's harmful to creatures that are not from this world.
So how is it applied? You just
Um,
throw it at them, or
I
what?
throw it at you. Yeah.
Pocket sand.
Okay.
Yeah, I basically pocket send burning dust. Hopefully.
Okay.
Sand.
Yeah.
Once it's created, can anyone use it, or is it more
Um,
spellbound than that?
yeah, anybody could use it, and I could give you a few doses, but also the three of you are skilled at things that I'm not skilled in. So, um, this is definitely a form of protection for me, but I think I'll give two doses to everybody else.
Appreciate
So
that.
I'll retain 10 and everybody else has 2.
Just in
Sounds
case.
good.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Generous of you.
As soon as you said throw, Simon's eyes lit up.
Yeah, how's my throw? Not great, I'm guessing.
I was gonna say, unless you took points in it, it's not great. It's not terrible,
I don't
but the
think you
default
have to
score is not
actually
great.
I don't remember if you have to actually roll throw or not.
Depends.
Like if it's at
Okay.
any distance, I would assume you'd have to. But if
Yeah,
it,
it
at
says
any
it has to be
distance,
within
or
reasonable throwing distance.
if they are, aware of you and maybe trying to get out of the way, yes, you would have to make a throw.
Fair. Yeah.
So
My
if they were
throw
like
is
up in my
40.
face, can I just smear their face with it or face-ish? Yeah, I mean, analog. I'm not sure. Depending on what we're talking about, might not have exactly a face, but you know what I mean. Like, can I just
Oh,
like take it out of my pocket and just like
yeah, no,
smoosh it?
it does say successful throw roll.
Hmm.
So, yes.
I can
Being
teach
able
you
to
all how to
throw.
throw.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'll actually give Simon 4 uses.
I'm surprised
Thank
that's
you.
the spell that you went after first.
I mean, a lot of the other ones require things that are
The
weird.
the first one doesn't.
Yeah, but the first one doesn't require anything, so I can just do that.
Yeah.
So, that's fine.
Okay. Anything else you guys are going to do tonight? Are you going to hit up the town as fugitives from the law, or are you going to hide out? I see that smile,
Well,
Silvio.
we should consider. God damn it, Silvio. Uh,
Well, we could go to a pub and I can show you how to throw darts.
It might be worth exploring having Simon craft disguises for other people, but we don't need to get into that right now.
I mean, we don't know how dangerous it's going to be for us in Venice just yet. Let's
Hopefully not very.
let's hold off on that for now.
Okay. I'm back to Montgomery Fairchild.
Oh, good. I guess that means I'm your fiance again.
Whatever works.
Well, after I went and helped your mistress and everything. All right, so I guess we'll hold off until tomorrow then.
Okay.
Spooky dust.
I made up a
Simon's
damage.
down a dose.
Yeah, I made up a damage. I don't know what it does actually. So
damage 50. It's just
It's 10d10. I figured that sounds about right.
10d10.
D10. God killer dog.
Definitely does not do 10d10 damage.
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
it definitely does not, but it definitely does something. Guess you guys will find out once you try it against something not from this realm, whatever the wording is. Okay.
All right, so Clifton's gonna try and curl up and sleep properly on this terribly lumpy sleeping roll, whatever it is. I mean, he did fight in the war. I guess he probably knows how to sleep in not great
Okay.
situations.
Okay. So all of you guys bed down for the evening,
Oh, shit.
and
I actually can't cast the creation spell until I recover a few magic points. So for now, we
Oh,
have the mixture,
you-
but it's not enchanted yet.
Okay, cool.
you would have recovered magic points in between then and now. We'll figure it out, but
Okay.
yeah, you would be able to cast the ritual.
Okay.
So when you guys bed down for the evening, you all fall asleep like normal. Some of you quicker than others in the poor sleeping conditions. With that, however, Silvio, you dream a dream that feels very different than a normal dream. As you find yourself on a strange rocky landscape, almost black and white. It's so stark and dry and dusty, and there is nothing around until there is a cat behind you.
Uh-oh.
Is it a familiar cat?
You hear a familiar voice say, "You have been called here, Silvio."
So now you're visiting me.
Yep. Why not? Do you turn around?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it is the black cat. However, there is an important difference. One of its eyes has been scratched out. There is scar tissue over its left eye.
Oh no. Pobrecita.
Did something happen to you?
Oh, poor baby.
Yes, Katarina is in trouble, as are all of you. But right now, my main concern is her.
What kind of trouble is she in, besides the obvious?
She visited here the other night, and there was a conflict. She was not herself. There are things after her. Watch her. If she stops acting like herself and starts acting different than you expect, you need to do something. Hurt her. That will pull whatever it is out. It is distasteful, and if you take it too far, you will not wake up.
Now, when I will not wake up, you're saying in the waking world, though, I need to watch her and hurt her.
If she gets controlled, yes.
Yeah, hurt me, Silvio.
Oh boy.
Wow.
That's gonna be clipped, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure it already has been put by somebody.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
Now, when you say her, what exactly are we talking about here?
You have to make her feel pain. That's why I came to you. You seem to be the source of violence and wrath within your group. You will be able to hurt. Whatever it takes. And you start hearing something in the distance. Almost a kind of a rumbling noise. You recognize kind of what that sounds like. It almost reminds you of the sound of cavalry incoming.
Hmm.
We don't have much time here. I pulled you here to make a point.
Is there any way to get whatever is inside her out of her for good?
That's what I'm working on. But I need you to keep an eye out in the meantime. They worked some magic on her, and I can't stop that, but I can stop them.
Should I should I tell her? Should I tell the others this, what you told me?
That is up to you. I will trust your decision. As I said, my only concern is with her. And about this time, you are able to see clouds of dust in the distance and things within the clouds of dust coming towards you. They appear to be uh, somewhere between bipedal and quadrupedal,
Mm.
but you can't tell any details from this distance.
Now would be a good time to wake up, I think. I say aloud to the cat.
I will let you wake up in a moment, but you need to see what she has angered. You need to experience this to
Oops.
know why I can't let her deal with them again.
What did you do?
I don't know.
Well, okay.
And
Silvio starts walking towards them.
so, as you walk towards them, you are. It's very difficult to force yourself to do so. It is just absolutely terrifying seeing these clouds of dust and these things moving within. But you do manage to steel yourself enough, and as you are approaching, more details seem to be coming out. You can see more of what these are, and these are monstrous creatures. And if I can get Roll20 to work, I'm going to share a picture with you. Shit. 1 second. It's of course making me re-upload it.
Even if you put it to Discord, I could probably share it with the web.
Oh yes.
If that'd be easier.
Yeah. Didn't want you to see it, but okay.
Oh, okay. Oh.
No. I will go ahead and share it to Discord and just make sure our audience sees it. Stupid Roll20.
Ooh, hello there.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, what the hell is that?
there's you know nothing about this. Shut up and move along. Silvio, you see several dozen of these things charging towards you, and you're going to need to make a sanity roll for me.
I figured. Okay. Success.
Excellent. So you lose 1 sanity.
Okay.
Sanity's getting a little low there, pal.
But with that success and only losing 1, you're able to stand your ground as they charge you, and they get closer and closer, and then you wake up. And you are drenched in sweat when you awaken. It's probably about 3 in the morning, and everybody around you is softly sleeping. Except for
Okay.
Kat. Kat seems to be sleeping, but her eyes are just ever so slightly open.
Oh boy. Is this still like the dead of night right now?
It's about 3 o'clock in the morning. Witching hour.
I don't know that I'm want to wake her, but I don't think Sylvia's gonna go back to sleep after that. So he's just kind of, I think, propped against the wall and just watching Cat for the rest of the sleeping time.
That's not creepy.
Nope.
Okay. So, rest of the night passes. Eventually, Kat's eyes do close, and she sleeps normally. As do, your companions. And in the morning, it's a beautiful Italian morning. Sun rises. There does appear to be, some storm clouds on the horizon, but it's otherwise just a normal Italian morning.
Real quick, maybe a weird question. Did these creatures smell like anything as they got close? Can I roll a smell test? I know there's no smell.
No, it nothing that you can really comprehend, and you were a little worried by the completely alien, monstrous nature of these things. So
You didn't try to pocket sand any of them.
I thought about it.
I was waiting for that.
There's lots of sand around, so it's probably an option. Yeah, I will probably talk to Kat in the morning, but I'll wait till she's back.
Details. Okay. So when you guys wake up, Clifton, when you check your watch in the morning, you notice that the time is off. You must have, forgotten to wind it at some point or something, but the time seems to, be a couple hours off.
Can I make a roll about that? Like maybe
What roll?
or
Mechanical repair to see if your watch is working?
sure. Terrible, but let's see if it works.
Mechanical repair.
Yeah, I didn't even get a reaction out of that. I was expecting a reaction.
I mean, if you want me to help look at it, I can.
Yeah, can I ask? hey, Mr. Marquez, can you take a look at my watch here? I think it might be malfunctioning.
Okay. My moment has come.
It's all led up to this.
I will spend any amount of luck for this. Hard success. There we go.
Yeah, it's a pocket watch. It's working fine. You don't know what he's confused about. I mean, the time is off, but kind of like I said to him, he probably just forgot to wind it at some point.
Should be working fine.
Is that whole cursed watch thing?
We don't know it's cursed. It's just a little weird.
Yeah.
There are strange glyphs. We don't know what's going on with it. All I know is it's a family heirloom. It's a family heirloom. Very precious to me. Passed
Not,
down for at least 2 generations.
not suspicious at all. Gotcha.
Yeah, kind of like you, Mr. Ashford, if that really is your name.
Why would you think it is?
Okay. So yeah, I know Silvio wants to talk to Kat, but we can kind of hold off on that until she gets back. But
Okay.
what do you guys want to do today?
So we are going to the Biblioteca Marciana, yes? To the library! Unless someone had a better idea.
No, library's good.
Are we going
The best
armed?
starting place.
No.
I am for sure.
Okay.
I'm wondering if I should bring
Sorry, back.
That's okay. Silvio wants to have some words with you.
some
I
words.
expect he does.
This is intervention time.
Uh, what's up?
I had a dream last night, which isn't how I start most conversations, but your
Funny, it's how most conversations with me start.
that wasn't a normal dream at all. Your cat friend made an appearance.
Oh, I
Yeah, just
haven't
pause.
seen I haven't seen him since that night.
Is this a private conversation or are we privy to this?
I think I'm like sitting down next to Kat and talking to her. I'm not necessarily trying to keep it secret, but I'm also not making it like a group convo type thing. So I don't know. It's up to the others if they want to like join in or not.
To roll listen to hear this or no?
It doesn't have to be a role. I mean, if you're paying attention to what they're saying, then
Yep.
you
Okay.
Yeah, I imagine it's a pretty small space too. So, um, yeah, he actually looks like he was in a fight or two, based on some new wounds he had.
Is he
Uh,
okay?
He seems okay, but he seemed more worried about you than himself. And I know we talked yesterday about no secrets. He called me there to say I didn't understand all of it, to be honest, but that somehow the other night you had come to the stream place and you had angered something and that you were in danger.
Does it any of this jar my memory at all?
uh briefly there are flashes of uh something dark and cold and very stark, but only flashes and it kind of goes away.
Can I make a divination check?
Yeah, you can.
So as you're talking, I don't say anything. I just pull out my cards and I start laying them out, and I get a hard success.
Ooh, a hard success. You are definitely going to get something off that. Continue with your what you're discussing, Silvio. I will message Kat.
He said, I'm not sure how to describe this without frightening you, but he said there is something that might make you not yourself, that might take control of you. And the reason he was pulling me and talking to me specifically, he said if that happens, the only way to bring you back to yourself is to hurt you somehow, to make you feel pain.
Whatever he told you to do it. I I trust that cat with all that I have. He showed me the truth of the world. If what he tells you is frightening, I understand, but he has never led me astray.
Okay, well, I wanted to make sure part of the reason why I'm telling you is because it wouldn't be right not to tell you and to just do it. I want you to be okay with doing what he said to do.
I hope that by telling me, which I appreciate, it hasn't given any warning to whatever thing might be inside me.
It's possible. I don't really understand most of this stuff, but yeah, I think knowledge has to help in this. He said he's working on some way of helping you for good, but it sounds like he needs time.
It sounds like whatever I did, whatever it was that night, it was the wrong move.
There were these creatures I saw who came. They were part of the ones that you angered, I guess. And Silvio tries to describe them, but I imagine it's kind of like trying to describe something in a dream and also something that was very horrific. So it's probably not a
Oh,
very good description.
no, your description is very good because
Oh, okay.
those things will be in your brain
Mhm.
forever. Which, Cat, I will give you a dream dream lore roll.
Nice.
Oh, cool. Oh, but I failed miserably.
Oof, ouch. Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
For once, I don't know.
Oh wait, what's the lucky break that Sailor Doom gave us?
Oh,
You
that
get 10
is
luck.
plus. Yep, plus 10 luck.
Oh, nice.
Hmm.
So I don't know if these things, if they're only in the dream world or if they'll come into our world. It seems with the way things are going, probably more of the latter. But
I pick up two of the cards that I have laid out in front of me, and I lift them up, and it's the moon and the 10 of swords. And I say, what you said rings true. The cards tell me that you're right. I went to the dreamland and I broke a contract or something. I did something very wrong. And until I remember what it is, I don't know how much I'm going to be able to prevent it.
well,
I warned you, Clifton.
we are doing a very good job of making many, many enemies. So at some point, maybe we should start making some friends too to help us. I don't know how long just us four can survive, at least in my experience. There's strength in the relationships you make.
Well,
One
we
last thing,
at
the
least.
your friend called me there because he said he chose me because of violence. I can't remember exactly what he said, but violence and wrath and anger, which I know why he said that and it makes sense, but I don't love violence. I don't love hurting people. I don't know why I need you to know that, but it's important that you do because I don't know if you know what it feels like to be really, really good at something that you hate yourself for doing. But yeah.
Silvio, the other night I drove my hands inside a woman's throat as part of a spell, and I know everybody keeps saying it was the right thing to do, but I think I know how you feel about being good at something you don't feel good about. For what it's worth, I've never seen you as anything other than a gentle soul with perhaps a bit of a past.
Well, perhaps we'll find our way to a place where we can feel good one day, or at least that's the hope.
I fear that at the end of all of this, even if we succeed, we might not like what becomes of us.
That's very possible too. It does seem, the only consolation I can see is it does seem the places we have left behind seem a little bit better than when we left.
I suppose you're right. We'll have to keep hold of that memory. In any event, shall we?
Yeah, let's go look
To the
at some books.
On that note,
Go to the library and get some random librarian late again.
right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, are there any librarians here that need We're here to
So, I heard somebody say going to Biblioteca Marciana.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what was that?
Yeah, nothing.
Okay. Not terribly far away, and it is on the other side of the Piazza San Marco, or as Case had said in the chat, the Pizza San Marco. So, uh, the thing that you notice about the Piazza is people seem to be just kind of milling about. It's not like it was in Milan where, people were depressed, but people just look, I guess, worn down would be the best way to describe it. They look tired and kind of in a bit of, honestly, a bit of pain. Everybody seems to be distracted by it. But with that said, I mean, people are out and about. There are people enjoying themselves. It is, as I said before, a pretty standard Italian morning. The storm clouds off in the distance are starting to roll in, but you know what? Not that bad. And you're near enough to the coast, that's not a surprise.
So, just making sure I have this right, this is the library where Indiana Jones broke into the floor to go into the
With the
catacombs.
stamping scene?
Yep,
Yep.
With the
the very same.
Yep.
Okay. I didn't remember that was in Italy. Okay.
I
Yep.
It's been at least
God,
a
I don't
decade
remember
and a
that
half.
at all. When was the last time I
You
saw
don't?
Indiana Jones?
What's
Was
that?
that which one is that from?
Last Crusade.
Three.
That's Lost Crusade.
Oh, okay, that's the one I don't remember very well.
Oh, that's the best
Oh.
one.
I know.
I don't know. I like Raiders of the Lost Ark the best, but
Yes.
no, Last Crusade is great, and this particular scene is one of my favorites. So, but yeah, you do go to the library, and for anybody who does not know this library, it is one of the most famous libraries in the world, just for its beautiful architecture and art that it has in it. Case, I think you're going to be looking out for a while for the Crystal Skull fans.
Get out.
So you do arrive at the library, and much like the library in Paris, it is kind of, I won't say guarded, but there is somebody at the front, and it's clear that they are only letting, certain individuals out in. And yeah, what do you do?
Is
Oh,
there?
Clifton, time to turn on that charm of yours.
Well, I do have that document that says that we are from Miskatonic University looking to study.
Sure.
I can't. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't really use my charm if I don't speak the local language, right?
They don't speak your language. So, I mean, you can always try to see if they speak one of the languages that you speak.
It would be better, I feel like, if Simon asked them if they spoke English, French, or German instead of me asking. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be better if he asked them in Italian than if because they clearly did not like that last time. They were very uh, salty about.
I mean,
about me.
my charm is not bad either, so
That's true. Charm them then.
yeah, all right. I will saunter
Or
on up.
just show 'em the document.
Yeah, show them the document and say, uh, nice
Yes.
day.
That's the wrong word.
Oh wait, no. It looks like there's a storm coming. Yeah, there we go. Because it does. It looks like there's a storm coming.
Because it does.
Talk about the weather. That's the old icebreaker.
Yeah.
The librarian at the desk kind of looks down at your papers and looks very tired, very just kind of,
Yeah, I know.
uh-huh, and pulls out a book.
Shit.
We do have a few study rooms available for today. Uh, Possibly tomorrow, but that would be depending on if some academics from England choose to once again stay another day. So I can guarantee you a room to study in today, at least.
Are these English people causing problems?
No more than any other foreigners.
Ouch.
Burn.
Yeah, damn those foreigners.
Right. Well, seems like he has some. Or I'm assuming it's a he. I think you said he, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not going to try to charm someone who's obviously a racist. So I'm going to say thank you.
And he writes down the names listed on your document in the book, and hands you a slip of paper. Down that hall, fourth door on your left. That will be your room for the day. If you
Grazie.
need any books pulled, please contact one of our assistants.
Thank you.
Grazie.
And yes, Clifton in the chat is much more accurate. He does not seem racist so much as xenophobic.
That's like,
Not much of a difference, but
yeah, I mean,
it's,
Honey Nut Cheerios and normal Cheerios.
Well,
Like,
like
yeah,
ethnicist versus racist is it really that much of a difference? Not
it,
really.
it's kind of important to the particular brand of fascism in Italy at this time.
sure.
So, but yeah, it's all coming from the same tree of hatred.
Yeah, that's the main. The main thing is that they hate other. That's the
Yeah.
like that's yeah.
Bigot.
Okay,
Yep.
so moving in to our study room because we are some college students apparently.
No, we're researchers.
No. Yeah.
I know, I'm just
The
it just reminds me of college.
Well, things that we should look into. Um, this Boucher fellow,
Hmm.
for sure. Um,
Yeah, the commanding officer, I guess.
yes.
Dubois.
And anything possibly with
Dubois,
the.
Also, though, his commanding officer.
Major Hodemont.
Yeah, Hotmont.
Hodemont.
Yeah. And if there's any like tales or stories of this like superstitious event.
Well, specifically, if we can figure out if we can find the personal documents that
Mm-hmm.
Captain Dubois
Sure.
gave to his superior officer, that would be perfect.
Yep.
Because it sounds like there's a lot he left out.
Yeah, like where the thing ended up.
Right, like where the kind of important. Yeah.
minor details.
That
Yeah.
old chestnut. Yeah.
So that'll be what I'm looking for.
It's probably around here. If everyone's looking miserable like they were at the opera house.
Well, weary though, right? That was the main, or like bedraggled. Yeah, not quite the
Yeah.
same, but flavor of misery, but still kind of miserable.
And it's not like Milan where it was the entire city. This was more just you had noticed it in the Piazza area. I mean, so it's more like centralized. You don't necessarily know that that means the artifact is right there, but you do know that you're probably not going to be digging through the outskirts of Venice.
Right? Can I roll occult now that we've dealt with this a lot and see if it's likely like centralized to a specific region or further out?
You could certainly try.
I'm gonna be terrible at it, but I'm also thinking somebody else might want to do that too.
What?
Um,
No.
there's always. I mean, I can always have a little bit in occult. Nope. Oh my god, that's
Oh,
bad. Holy crap. That's almost a
yeah.
botch.
A 95 does not suffice.
And I'm not gonna
Well,
spend.
unless you're cat, then it would.
I
Yeah.
think it's safe. I think it's safe to say that assumption is correct. That it's probably somewhere. The effect of
Around
these
the
things
piazza.
is more localized.
Okay,
Than,
so but remember, so can we? Are we? Does it seem like we're? Does it seem like we are, uh, privately speaking? Like it's unlikely someone's eavesdropping, right? In this room that we're in.
Yeah, you're in a separate side room.
Okay.
Unless somebody somehow is like in the
Maybe.
air ducts. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not
The
happening.
hole or something. Okay. So remember,
they're in the room.
remember the Duke. I'm not gonna say like the Duke had. Is there? Josh, do we know? Is there a Duke of Venice now, or is the Ducal Palace just like a remnant of the dukedom? What's the
So the
like barony? I don't know. I can't think of the word for a duke. You know what I mean?
so I think what you're looking for is the aristocracy.
Yeah. Like,
Uh,
is there still one here or no?
so there wouldn't be a duke. There was the Doge of, I think that's how it's pronounced in Italian.
The Doge?
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Is that where Dogecoin
But
comes
that was disbanded in like the late 1700s, early 1800s. Doge, yeah,
I think
something like that.
Doge. I've heard Doge. I don't know if it's right though.
I mean that is a meme as well, but yeah.
Yep.
So uh, that was late 1700s, early 1800s that ended. Uh, Basically, you've got kind of quote unquote ruling families now, and of course they officially report to the government, especially now that the government's fascist. But as long as as long as the families are doing as the fascists want, then they kind of still get power.
They're essentially just like plutocrats, though. Now, right? There's no like actual like official titles or anything.
No, there is. I don't remember the actual title, but there is essentially a mayor. I'd have to look that up.
Okay. So the Ducal Palace then is now like a museum, or what's the deal with? Is that a center of government, or is it what purpose does that uh,
Uh,
complex serve?
a museum and a governmental seat. And actually, it is just the mayor. That is the Italian word for it.
So we might be looking at. I mean, given the history that or given the our experiences in this quest, it's likely whoever holds this thing is a person of political and economic power and
I
big
mean,
connections. Yes.
the last one was literally a dressing dummy in a opera house. It
Well,
And the arm was in some horrible dungeon where no one was living.
yeah.
all right. So I'm conflating the people who were after it versus the people who had a hold.
Yeah.
Yep.
Though the thing with the theater though is somebody put that. I mean, there was a powerful person who put that there for the ritual. So it's not
Oh,
like I mean,
You're
we
you're making a
definitely
lot of
missed out on,
assumptions.
yeah, we definitely missed out on a lot of information because we did things.
Leroy
Th-
Jenkins, a lot of things. I get that, but
th-
that's how
This is
we've met
Call of
some
Cthulhu, right?
pretty
The
serious.
less we know, the better.
Yeah, he's got a very serious point. Except for he's also the guy who's like, let's do a dream heist, which is maybe not. I don't know, whatever.
Which was awesome.
It
Hey.
was, but it was pretty reckless as far as our sanity goes. I'm just saying, it's likely, clearly, this cult, whether they're with the Fez Brigade or they're an adjacent group that just worships the same horrible thing, a lot of them are very well connected. So I don't remember what my general point was, but this is something to keep in mind. That's all.
I've completely forgotten everything we were saying.
Yeah, well, I was trying to make like one point and then it like sidetracked like 3 times, but like I feel like it's likely in the Ducal Palace. Just that's my instinct. That's my instinct. I don't know,
I mean,
which would
it,
suck for us because that'll be a problem. That'll be a
yeah,
major
So
problem getting a hold of it.
that doesn't seem unlikely, but
Heist.
But
Heist.
since you guys were here doing research and you told me what you were looking into, would anybody like to make the
Yes.
roll for what you have already?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're also probably trying to look up the Savlac.
What?
Oh my goodness,
damn it,
I'm the
Josh,
worst at saying this.
why would we roll library use in a library? Like,
Who the fuck knows?
um,
Oh boy, that's a big
Ooh,
would the
one.
consequences for pushing this roll be precisely what I think it is?
Uh, so
Say getting kicked out of the library?
thank God.
it wouldn't be getting kicked out of the library, but you're afraid that you might not be able to tell truth from, random ramblings of various historical people.
All right.
So if you,
Lunatics.
You know what? I'm feeling
oh,
lucky.
actually, you just got in the chat from
Oh, ignore question.
Corrupt Kitty. Yep.
All right. Well, that makes it easy. I will roll again. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah.
2 hard successes.
Okay,
Thank you.
so if I remember right, Kat, you were looking for the records left behind.
Yes.
With the okay.
Anything about those soldiers would be great, but specifically if I can find the personal documents that were left out of the official report, that'd be wonderful.
Okay. And what was it that you were looking into in particular, Simon?
Probably Probably the Sedefkar stuff. Anything to do with that? Is that right?
The
Sedefkar.
Sedefkar simulacrum?
Or
No,
manuscripts?
specifically
The
set up
Sedefkar
our
scroll.
stuff. Yeah,
Okay.
set up our stuff.
Yes.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. So let me first give what Cat found, because that one is actually a handout.
Ooh, look at me finding handouts and shit.
Look at me going in the opposite direction again.
Not that bad, but Cat, if you look under Venice
Yes.
handouts, you have the Diary of Capitan de Bois.
Boah. Shall I read this?
Yes, that would be useful.
Yes. All right. The Diary of Capitaine Dubois, 15 November 1797. Returned home last night, the 14th, most satisfied with my actions in dispelling the riot. As Voltaire said, I have only ever made one prayer to God, a very short one. O Lord, make my enemies ridiculous. And God granted it. It was very satisfying to see the looks on those fool Venetian faces as they were bundled off to prison. I hope their visit teaches them the comparative values of reason and superstition. At home, I found my chérie struck by the plague. The poor little waif is as brave as one of my soldiers, but her leg has crippled and twisted overnight. She's only 2 years old. She should not be thus afflicted. I returned to the prison and questioned the delegation leaders. They told me to talk to Boucher. So I questioned him again late last night. I also pored over that strange artificial limb he so prizes. My leg ached as I handled it, and aches to this moment. Is it that the mere sight of this truncated limb in porcelain stirred some vestigial memory in my agitated mind, so that it felt as if my own left leg were amputated? I took the leg from Boucher and tried to break it. It would not break. I tried to burn it. It would not burn. It is not porcelain, but some strange, unyielding substance that not even diamond will mark. That damned delegation was right. It is something evil, although I defend Boucher. He has merely carried it here. I am not going to admit my folly to those Italian fools. I realized what to do at last. The idea was so fitting that I burst into a loud laugh. Last night I buried that cursed leg in secret within the San Marco Basilica, under the black paving stone in the chapel of Saint Isidoro. To my delight, this morning my dear little chérie has recovered. She is as bright as ever. Today I hear from the medical staff, too, that the plague is steadily abating in virulence. I have given orders that the delegation be quietly released. That fool Boucher waylaid me this afternoon. He wants compensation for his prize. That claim may long go unanswered.
We're gonna have
So,
to do the Indiana Jones thing.
so yeah, it's buried within the San Marco Basilica, under the black paving stone in the chapel of Saint Isidoro. How the shit are we gonna get there?
It's just across the street.
Yeah, it literally across
Yeah,
the
but how
piazza.
are we gonna get into the? Okay.
Heist. Church
Yeah,
heist.
So,
we're not in enough trouble yet in Italy.
We just gotta add to the list.
yeah.
I think perhaps we should go about this a different way this time.
I'm all ears.
Tell the
too.
truth to somebody who might listen. You know what? You're right. Never mind. That's stupid.
I mean, who would we even seek out?
Don't look at me. I don't know.
So, as far as what Simon found, you did find a document that seems to be linked to what you've been researching. And I don't even know if you remember that I gave you guys clues on this, but there is actually a document, a manuscript that you find in Latin called the Devil's Simulare.
Yes, we do have.
It sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah, that was in our Luson handouts. It's a book. It's the Apocrypha. It's the work of a mad cleric known in occult circles, but the only known copy was kept in the Church of San Maria Celeste in Venice.
And you have just found it.
Hey,
Wow.
look at what I found that I completely forgot that
Yes.
we had a reference to.
I only gave you that since you got a hard success, because I was waiting to see if anybody would remember that you found that clue. But
It's a Latin
uh,
manuscript. All right.
This
there
guy.
is a Latin manuscript. Does anybody here speak Latin?
I do.
Oh,
Awesome.
how convenient.
So to avoid derailing what we're doing right now, I will give you the handout on that later,
Okay.
because it's a bit of a long one. So
Okay. Oh, good. So yeah, I guess we'll reconvene and I'll tell everybody what we found.
mhm. Actually, I should be able to give you at least I'll
So
read the quick
that's fine.
I'll read the quick summary for you at least.
Okay.
This is an illuminated manuscript written in Latin by an anonymous Cistercian monk, probably around 1260, and based on earlier material by monks that were in Constantinople following 1204. The material was taken to Venice when the Venetian Crusaders departed there. It was bound into a single volume in 1505 by an Italian craftsman, whose binding imprint and date are still on the flyleaf. The volume tells a continuous narrative concerning the Fourth Crusade and the sack of Constantinople, with digressions stressing moral and theological lessons. Beautiful illuminations accompany the work, including a medieval depiction of a curved scimitar with a serpent's head as the pommel, and a suit of armor which seems to have two faces, one looking forwards and the other looking back.
Cool.
So I will give you a more detailed, longer one in
Okay.
between sessions.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so good news and bad news. The good news is we think we know exactly where the leg is. The bad news is where it is. And also, I would not touch it
Oh,
because
we learned that lesson last time.
yeah.
Everyone was like, grab it, grab it.
Hey, that was
So
a
I
good
did.
help out the team. It was a you took one for the team. We appreciate that.
Yeah, that hurt so bad.
Sorry, but I mean it beats having the entire team cut to ribbons by mummy scimitars or Kopeshes or whatever they had.
Uh-oh, Josh is typing a lot.
Everyone's starting.
No, you guys were chatting, so I wasn't going to interrupt, but I would like to point out that both times you have encountered part of the simulacrum, and there has been bad stuff going on, and that bad stuff didn't seem to end until somebody took possession of the piece of the simulacrum.
Oh, I mean, I'm assuming someone's gonna have to grab it, but you know,
Well, use gloves or something.
Not with bare
I
hands.
don't think
yeah.
that's gonna do the trick.
Well, I mean that it didn't heart attack anybody. What was the arm? Did it do anything to anyone when whoever grabbed it?
Yes, it didn't heart attack anybody's arm.
I'm just saying, no. The first thing in Paris, outside Paris,
um,
I don't remember specifically, but like whoever grabbed it didn't suffer a heart attack, right?
no, I just got cut by some rose thorns.
Right, but that was environmental. So, and you made sure to wrap it in linens or something, didn't you? Or
I did, but we've
Well,
had
Cat,
it since then.
I'm
Cat,
just saying.
I would like an idea roll from you.
What idea?
Yeah, which it int. essentially.
Okay.
Because I forgot this version of the character sheet doesn't include the idea.
Well, I'm smart. SMRT smart. And I succeeded.
So now that you guys are talking about this, you're kind of putting two and two together. Since you grabbed that arm, that your left arm has been injured 3 times.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
And this guy in his diary said his leg hurt as soon as he got it.
Well, yeah. And his
And
daughter's like her too.
Yeah.
when
So
Simon
yeah.
grabbed the torso, he had a heart attack.
So I'm just like,
Oh,
wait.
and the
Let's not repeat that, please.
The wife's arm was hurt, right, in the farmhouse?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So how do we deal with this? Do we need to get tongs? Do we need to get a freaking...
Someone get crutches ready.
Oh,
I
God.
think there's gonna be a problem.
I would like to return your attention that in the simulacrum folder in your journal, there is a document that may or may not be called the Baleful Influence.
I actually just put that in the chat before Max rolled.
I don't know if there's anything that we can do to prevent it right now, but it's definitely something we should look into.
Who, if anything, who knows what, if anything, will save them in the end? God damn it! So we get no happy ending. This is gonna be a suicide mission.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you were playing Call of Cthulhu and you expected a happy ending?
Justin has not had to deal with any of this stuff ever. He's lived a blessed life of carefree nonsense. Even in the war, it didn't really affect him much. He got no PS. Okay.
Also, I would like to, with that idea roll, Kat, I will say that you're kind of putting two and two together. What you saw in the piazza was people milling about like they were in pain,
limping,
maybe some limping.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, I took the one where everyone's heart was broken. That was great.
Yes, yeah. All of the places
Anytime.
where the simulacrum is hidden, it's subtly affecting all of the people around. In Paris, it was the wife. In where were you just there? In Milan, it was everyone's hearts. Yeah. So everyone here is weary.
Hey Simon, I just want to thank you for taking one for the team.
Yeah. I see that smile.
Hey, we probably would have all died if you hadn't done that, so you're the hero.
Well, you might have been fine. I was in the middle of getting stabbed by a mummy. Here very often. So what do we do now? Should we head to the Basilica?
We're gonna have to plan this out very quickly.
How much time has went by?
Probably a good 4 or 5 hours. Because I mean, it takes time to get the books and read through them and research and that sort of thing. So probably, I'd say 5 hours.
Well, the Basilica is open to the public, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so at the very least, we can just go there, tour around, act like tourists, and
we could also maybe just pull the blueprints here, though, right?
No.
Boo.
Boo.
Blueprints are not publicly available.
Aww.
So it's like 1 p.m. probably about, or?
No, probably like 2 or 3. Because I mean, it took you guys some time to get over here and yada yada.
Well, let's at least do some recon at the Basilica because that can't hurt anything, right?
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, as we leave, I might request if they might be able to find anything on like meteors and dream events, and if they might be able to pull that for the next time we stop by.
the library assistant that you talk to is very polite, unlike the head librarian or at least the guy at the front desk, and he lets you know when you return. Just let us know. We'll be more than happy to. I will at least keep a note on my desk, so as a reminder if I see you again.
Perfect. Thank you. Grazie.
Okay.
To the Basilica.
Indeed.
So yeah, go ahead.
Actually, is there any way we can find out if anybody else had been investigating these same, like, I guess there's no easy way to do that.
To ask, we would need
Uh,
to.
You
It would
kind
be-
of need that. Yeah, it would
Man,
be very obvious.
yeah, never
Yeah.
mind.
Okay. So you guys head across the piazza, and by the time you get out, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, might be nice to just look around to see if anyone is observing the place, just in
Yes.
case they might be looking for us or they're looking for something else that's interesting. I don't know.
Okay. Roll
Suspicious
spot hidden.
people.
I know
There we
Clifton
go.
already has, but yeah. Oh. Simon damn near pokes his own eye out.
Ooh.
That's
Yikes.
right.
He's looking around. He's like, whoa! Ah! It's like right on the statue or something, right?
An actual fumble would probably include ocular damage, but 99, you know,
I
probably
inched my way
narrowly,
out of that. Yeah.
yeah, you narrowly miss, accidentally stabbing your own eye. But Clifton, you're looking around, you're paying attention to your surroundings, and well, first off, you notice not many people are around because, as I was trying to say, when you leave the library, the storm clouds have rolled in, and you're hearing thunder. It is getting ready to storm. There aren't many people around. It's people recognize, oh, it's going to be raining soon.
Suppose we could take shelter in the basilica.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, and then we could be like, oh no, we can't go outside. Oh no, I guess we'll have to stay here.
Oh,
Oh no, I slipped and dug up the ground.
Oops. Yeah.
And like all the mummies inside are like, yeah, we can't leave either.
Okay.
Wait, okay, so we did have skeletons.
We should go in.
Yeah.
Now, fast.
Okay. So you guys head inside. The basilica is absolutely gorgeous. So the for anybody who hasn't seen pictures of the San Marco Basilica, it is probably the most famous piece of architecture in Venice, and has golden trusses, and there are numerous chapel houses within the basilica, and some of the most famous statues of the various saints are stored within. All kinds of statues, marble or other carved stone, stretching back to ancient times. And it is absolutely stunning. Even those of you who have zero interest in art, there is something about this that is just beautiful. With that said, inside I mean, it's kind of a maze of hallways. So, are you going to look for somebody to ask, or I thought about throwing her in, but decided against it.
Yeah, it's probably for the best.
I was really tempted. I made a character sheet and everything.
Oh,
DiBiase. So
I think we just want to find this site.
right,
Where
what did the notes say? It was under
the Chapel of Saint Isidoro. Doro?
Dodo.
Isidoro.
Doro.
Isidoro.
So we
Yeah,
we
sorry.
should find that should be easy enough to find, right? I mean, well,
Yes.
maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll be under the eyes. We'll be good.
Can't tell if you're serious or not.
It's it's a huge basilica, right? So there's going to be several different like
Oh, there's going to be all kinds of different
areas
chapels inside it.
dedicated to saints and things, right? So I don't even. I'm not Catholic, but I can't even think of who Isidore.
Well,
I
hold on. Can I roll history?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. Nope. No clue.
Saint, what's her name?
Saint
can I
whatever.
try?
No,
Can I
it's a
try?
saint.
I'm gonna at least try. I'm terrible, but it could happen. That's
Yeah,
wow,
I'll
even worse.
try.
Oh my god, that's okay. Thank you. Yay, Silvio! He has some history. Oh, you got some decent history knowledge. Wow. You're like, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise. The person who studies history actually has a good history score.
He's just not good at the library.
Yeah. So yeah. First off, the oh, you're gonna say something, Kat?
Not important.
The basilica is basically one of the most famous buildings in all of Europe, and despite all the wars that have been all throughout Italy, throughout time, this particular basilica has always been kind of a place of great renown, and ransacking armies have tended to mostly avoid it, and it has quickly been repaired when damaged. So there is that. Isidore, or however it's pronounced,
Todoro?
uh, is a saint farm. It is. Let's see. Uh,
Isidoro.
yeah. Is a saint that started out in kind of a lower community, but became one of the greatest scholars of his age, and lived in, let's see, uh, 560 to 636. And one of the reasons why you, in particular, would actually know of this particular saint is he was a Spanish scholar, known for converting scores of people into a kind of a enlightened sect of Catholicism, and working with the potential enemies rather than against them. So yeah, a very well known saint. I can't really tell you what the miracles he performed were, only because those were kind of lost to history. Uh, but it is known that he is one of the most respected saints when it comes to knowledge and keeping things that are dangerous away from the wrong people.
Also, just can I
So
just for a little bit. He also apparently invented the period, the comma, and the colon, which is kind of a big deal. I feel like. Oh, yes.
Wow.
I thought the Coleman
Uh,
was around for a lot longer than he.
The other colon.
so that one I kind of left out because that is up for debate.
Sorry, it's just from the Wikipedia
Uh,
page. Just seems refreshing.
as far as romance languages were considered, yes, but those particular punctuations were around in other languages beforehand. So also don't always trust Wikipedia.
Yeah, of course. It's just yeah.
No,
That's why.
I know. Like I said, a scholar, well-known scholar.
So we're sorry. Just to we're in the. Are we now in the chapel of?
Yes, we
Or we're
are.
still.
So we need to find
Well,
the shrine.
Yeah, you're in the basilica. You have to find the chapel of the saint.
Yeah.
so
Can we
Oh, and
ask someone?
by one other thing I forgot to mention is his death. So he was a martyr. He was seen as a heretic and by various people, and he was tied to horses and drugged down the street. And yeah, it was a pretty torturous, horrific death.
okay, when he was
Uh,
dragged, though, he wasn't quartered. That was the. I thought when he said tied to horses, I thought you were going to say he was quartered.
no, no, he was not quartered. However, let's, uh, no, you just got a regular success. Never mind.
That's such a tease.
I'm mean, aren't I?
Has nothing to do with the horse creature things that Silvio saw in the Dreamlands. Yeah, gotcha.
Well, they weren't. He said vaguely cavalry. It sounded like, but then
That's right. That's what drugged that guy around the plaza. So
they were not horrifying at all. Like that was. Well, I didn't see anything. Never mind. I
yeah,
don't know what I'm
you weren't there. How do you know?
Nope, wasn't there. Didn't see it. Don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. So the only risk with asking somebody is that we might draw attention when we come back and try and vandalize the place.
Yeah,
It's
let's just appreciate the
yeah.
basilica first and see if we can just sort of find it on our own, and just look like we're appreciating it.
I have to vandalize this beautiful icon of European culture.
It's just a
Oh,
tile. We don't have to destroy the statue or anything. It's just the floor tile, right?
it's gonna be several tiles. Let's not be. Let's not. Okay, whatever. Do they sell pickaxes in Venice?
Okay.
So, what do we roll to try and look around to find the chapel of San Isidoro?
So to find the chapel, you're basically just going to have to either wander around or ask somebody.
Let's wander. Let's try wandering first. That's what I vote. Except the only person who's actually literate in Italian is Simon, right?
Mm-hmm. And only barely.
Enough to get me in trouble.
Yep. Not that
Okay.
you need any help from your language to get in trouble.
Very nice. Uh,
Yeah, we could wander around. Maybe our luck will hold out.
So yeah, you do wander around. It is large, but it's not like this is a whole city or anything. After probably about 20 minutes of wandering around and seeing, some members of the clergy, some nuns, they don't interrupt you. They assume you are members of the public touring around. Uh, you do eventually come upon the chapel that you are looking for. It's probably about the fourth or fifth chapel that you stumbled into. But this chapel is particularly small. It is a very tiny very dark recess, filled almost entirely by a tomb, and flanking the tomb are two small bronze winged lions. There
Oh,
are
from the parade.
hmm there are mosaics over the altar, and it's kind of hard to tell what they are of in this darkness. It
Let's see. In the
Yeah,
dream, it was the lion thing, and what was?
I have notes. I'm just gonna try and find them. Here we go.
Weren't there masked people?
Give me a second here. Okay. There was death, an angel, a medieval soldier, a lion, a winged lion, specifically the symbol of Venice, which surrendered to Napoleon, a Turk, an assassin, and a rustic lass and rustic lad. There was also garlic around the area.
Well, no, that was a different area. But yeah,
Yeah.
I still have dream garlic in my inventory. So
But that I definitely wrote them down. I can repeat that if anyone wants.
yeah, I thought
Uh,
the lion did something though while we were there, like it reared up or something weird.
I don't have a note about that.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. So we can't make out the thing, what you said, the tiles up above,
the mosaic.
mosaic up above.
It takes a moment because your eyes have to adjust. It is so dim in here, it's kind of hard at first, but after a couple of minutes, your eyes do adjust and you realize the mosaic is actually a mosaic depiction of his martyring.
Oh, lovely.
And it's pretty horrific, even in mosaic form. However, all of you do notice something almost immediately. In the mosaic, as he is being dragged by the horses, his left leg is being torn off.
Oh, good.
Wait, so even when it wasn't buried here, he got his left leg torn off. Cool.
Well, they may have been choked.
It could just be a coincidence. Never mind.
Or the mosaic may have been created after it was buried here too. Who knows? That could be it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're looking for black entry stones.
I imagine that part of this place is just paved with black stone.
Yeah, paving stone. There we go. Black paving stone.
Or perhaps all of it.
So I would like all of you who are looking in this recess to go ahead and roll spot hidden.
Indeed.
Success.
Success. Success.
Hard success.
Hard success and
Wait,
success.
Josh, how much to make it an extreme success?
That would be 1/5. So you're looking at
4,
yeah, it would be
5.
Six.
Wait, no,
it'd be
more
6.
than that.
Do you want to get it
It'd
down?
be 7 points. It'd be you'd have to spend 7 luck to
Seven?
turn it into extreme.
Okay.
Yeah, 8
So I have
times.
max luck, and I might as well do it there, right?
Well,
Yeah.
9 times 5 is 45, so it'd just be 6.
That's what I thought.
Okay, yeah. Math is off in my head today.
Yep.
Just teaching
Yeah.
billing to my students all day today. My math brain is fried.
Understandable.
So extreme success.
Okay. So yeah, you are the first one to find it, Clifton. However, it doesn't take long for others to as well. You do manage to catch that this particular stone is darker than the rest, and it is a metallic stone rather than kind of a what you presume to be like volcanic stone for the rest of them, which kind of seems a bit off, and that's one of the things that drew your eye to it. However, it it almost looks familiar in a way.
The meteor thing?
He did say metallic stone.
The meteor thing?
I'm aware of that, the meteoric ingot or whatever not ingot, but ore that he had, right?
Yeah, everyone else has seen it except Kat seemed to zone out when she tried
Is
to
that
see it.
something I can make action with a roll or anything like that? Or
Hold on. I have to reply to this first.
So Clifton, if you would like to roll, I will let you roll. If you have science geology, or I will also let you roll natural world.
I have a tiny bit, and that's 10. It's a 10. That's a pretty bad failure. Can I point it
You,
out to my Patriots?
what was that?
Can I point the nature of the stone out to my compatriots?
As they are kind of walking up, yeah, go for it.
Oh, by the way, this looks like it's some kind of metallic stone. If anyone knows about rocks and things, I'd love for you to enlighten us.
So I walk up to it and kind of like kneel in front of it, place my hands on it, and do not say a word. I'm just like
What do her eyes look like?
nothing else in the room is drawing my attention whatsoever.
Yeah, what Simon said.
What do her eyes look like?
They look like her eyes. They've mostly healed up at this point. So
What color are your
A bit
eyes?
wide-eyed.
What's that?
Just a bit wide-eyed, but nothing.
So if I take your shoulder and just shake you a little,
she doesn't respond.
Yeah, I don't respond.
oh, that's no good.
Silvio, get ready to hurt her.
I know.
So
Sylvia was sighing.
I'll actually crouch in front of her and just say, who am I talking to right now?
Are you like fully getting in my way, or are you just crouching nearby?
Basically, like what, you put your hand on it, so yeah,
Yeah.
I come around to the front of you, so I'm basically facing you and I'm pretty close. Yeah.
I'm blocking her from doing what she's doing now, right?
I don't know what she's doing. She just has her hand on it, right?
Yeah, I don't respond. She has this look in her face like this is the most splendid, amazing thing that she's ever seen in her entire life, and you do not compare even remotely. No
Okay.
offense.
I will take her hand off of it.
I don't know, Josh. How am I feeling?
Okay. So
Idea. Oh man.
Uh-oh.
Oh man.
first off, you are going to put your hand back on because you wrench your hand out of Simon's so fast and so hard, you actually break one of his fingers.
Oh my god.
You just wrench it out. Go ahead and take 1 point of damage.
Sorry. I didn't mean to.
Damn it, Cat.
I'm gonna look around to see if anyone else is observing us. Is anyone else observing us?
At this point, nobody, but there you do hear what sounds like footsteps in the distance, and you have seen clergy and nuns kind of walking around. But you're in literally a very dark alcove off the beaten path. If you try to be quiet, you can probably get away with a lot in this alcove.
Well, I'm gonna try to be quiet, but I don't know about my possessed companion.
Yeah, I think at this point Sylvia's gonna try to intervene, clearly seeing something is happening.
Yeah, my finger's broken. Something is clearly happening.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Usually not a good sign. I'm
Time to
just
break
trying to think
mine.
of. I'm trying to think of what Sylvia would do though. He pulls out his two guns. Just kidding.
Oh God!
Middle of a freaking basilica. Yeah, that'll be a good idea.
I would like to remind you the cat said if anything happens to her, that you won't ever wake up.
Yeah. I'm not trying to kill my companion. I just said I have to cause her pain. That could be any number of things.
Just give her the old like shoulder pinch.
The Vulcan neck pinch.
Yeah, Vulcan neck grip. Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna do like the old timey movie, like trying to slap her face out of it, basically.
Okay.
Classic.
I need to look at cat sheet to see. Okay.
If you're looking at my combat stats, I don't have any.
That is not what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Yeah, you slap her and it seems to have no real effect.
This is like an open-handed slap, though, right? Like just a
Yeah.
slap. Okay.
Did she react at all to it?
Like as in her head moved,
Sure,
yes, but no.
But she
no
didn't like
reaction.
try to fight back.
Okay, Simon pulls out his brass knuckles and hands them to Silvio.
No!
Oh my gosh.
No!
Hey,
There are better ways to handle this.
Or just punch her.
What happened the last time you used those?
Yeah, the last time I did. That's why I don't want to do it this time.
What are her eyes doing right now?
Yes. So give it to the stronger fellow.
Looking.
Cool. Thank you. You just prick me with like a needle or something.
You have more than 2 hit points. You're fine.
I didn't specifically say I had the knife on me, but can I just say I had it on? Yeah, I'm gonna pull out the knife and not do like a big gash in her arm, but just like enough to draw blood just on her arm.
Okay. So when you do, a couple of things happen.
Coincidentally, you cut her left arm.
Yes, that is true. Without even thinking about it, that is the arm that you go for. But two things happen. First off, the color kind of drains from her face. It's really dim in here, so it's hard to tell, but color definitely drains from her face. Then something that only you see because you are close enough, nobody else does. I am going to send you a message in Discord. You see something kind of on her arm near where you cut just suddenly appear and then fade away into nothingness, like it's disappearing. Almost like a tattoo, a henna tattoo, over time fading, but very fast. You are the only one that sees this. And there you go.
Okay, got it.
Tell me it's the same symbol in what's his face's pocket watch.
This looks somewhat familiar to me, I assume.
Nope.
No.
Well, let's put it this way. How much Cthulhu mythos do you have?
0.
Then no.
Who said?
That almost sounded like an offer. Do you want some?
Okay, so
you?
I don't want any.
question, is Cat no longer touching the stone?
Yeah.
I don't know, Kat, are you?
Am I
You're
back
you
to
again.
normal? Okay, yeah, no, I pull away. And I look at everyone like, what? I was standing and then, oh God, what did I do?
You broke my finger.
You know that thing we talked about earlier?
She looks horrified. And
I kind of
Wave my
point to her
dangly
bleeding
finger.
arm.
hey,
Your
I am so
pinky
sorry.
is like at an odd angle.
she notices the wound, and then like the pain immediately sets in. Like she didn't even notice before, and she's like,
Oh,
okay,
it
that's
stings because
yeah.
this is not a super sharp knife or anything.
Yeah, if you
Thank
wanted
you.
super sharp knives, I do have super sharp knives, Sylvia.
Don't. You did the right thing, I think.
I'm gonna try to do like a makeshift binding so it stops bleeding at least.
Yeah, that's easy enough to do.
How about a splint?
Give me a quick first aid roll.
Fingers.
I know. Meanwhile, Simon's sitting there with a broken finger.
Oh, you're fine. I'm just kidding.
Remember that time I left you on the ground with a heart attack?
Yeah, I do remember that.
We were busy.
Hard success. I bandaged the hell out of that.
Yeah. At that point, I'll say you would have lost a hit point, but you don't now. You're good.
Okay. I mean,
And
I'm
yeah,
so
you're entirely you, and you remember at least a little bit of where you were.
sorry. Okay.
Like just
So
now, or in the previous night in Milan?
all the above. You were in the Dreamlands. You were in an area of the Dreamlands that you haven't been to before, but you have heard about. You were on the moon, and you were surrounded by things. Things that you have heard described as moon beasts. And they were quite upset at you for doing something that their master did not necessarily want done. But that's all you remember.
I'm sorry. I'll be right back. And I think she just wanders off, like not like far away. Like she's still in sight. She's just composing herself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if she would go too far away, Simon would follow.
No. She
yeah.
stays within she's like 50 feet away.
Yeah, so Simon probably would have taken a few steps towards, but then seeing that she's not going, he'll stick with the group. And look at Silvio, and then look at his finger, and then look at Silvio.
Okay, I'll look at Simon.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll first aid again.
Success. Just a regular one this time.
Yeah. So the snap you heard was actually a dislocation. It wasn't a break.
Thank
you're
goodness.
you're able to reset the bone, which, by the way, the pain of having it dislocated is about 1/10 of the pain of having it reset.
So there's a loud scream through the church.
Actually, hold on. Would you tell me about this?
Yeah, I'm sure I'd prep you.
Okay, so yeah, I'd probably bite down on something.
Okay. What I am going to do is I'm going to give you a Constitution roll to avoid at least making some loud noise at this pain.
If anyone was watching us, they just saw the strangest scene of all time.
Oh yeah, you let out a pretty significant grunt of pain, just oh sort of noise.
Yeah, that could have went better. But can I move my fingers now? My finger?
It is painful as fuck to move, but yes.
Okay, good. I have a finger back. I'll walk out to Kat. It's not broken. It was just dislocated. It was just dislocated.
And it's like, what?
It was just dislocated. No worries.
Good. Sorry, my mind was in a different place. Not like before.
Okay. Are you okay? Would you like a drink of water?
I'm just... usually when I perform a reading, the cards are a lot more metaphorical than um, than they are.
The moon.
Yeah, the moon. um, yeah, I'll be okay. But perhaps I should stay away from that stone.
Okay. I do have a little whiskey. I'll pull out a flask of whiskey. If you just need a little nip.
I don't ask permission. I take it and I take a swig.
There you go.
And it's probably a bigger swig than you expected from the dainty fortune teller.
After everything we've went through, I don't know if I would be too surprised.
That's true.
Maybe a little surprised.
Yeah. Nah. Kitty.
So, yeah, you at this point have drawn a little bit of attention, and one of the nuns does come over and sees the two of you, Simon and Kat, talking outside of the chapel, and she approaches quietly and solemnly. May we help you?
I just, yeah, sort of destroyed this finger here.
Oh dear.
Yeah, a bit of a little misstep.
Uh, may I take you to see one of the sisters who can help you out with that?
How bad does it still hurt?
It hurts a lot. I don't know if anybody here has ever dislocated a bone, but any kind of dislocation, one, it causes permanent damage, and two, it's going to hurt like a bitch for at least a couple of weeks.
No, I'm fine.
Well, I am sorry that you are suffering. I will pray for you.
Thank you.
Is there anything that we can assist you with? Are you and she kind of looks around and sees the other two. Are you and your friends visiting?
Well, we saw the storm coming in, and we figured it would be a good place to shelter for a little bit. As well as marvel at this architecture. It is beautiful in here.
The basilica is known for that, but also I always remember the peace that it provides. I hope that you may find peace from the storm in here.
Thank you. Grazie.
Wait. And I'll turn to Simon and I'll say, in English, obviously, you should ask her about Saint Isidoro. She probably knows a lot more than we do.
Yeah, sure. I will actually then, stop the lady and say we were just in this chapel here, and I guess I was wondering what you know about this this particular man.
A Spaniard that was known for his great accomplishments in academia and was able to bring many of the unbelievers to our side in some of the earliest, darkest days of the church. He was a great man. He held no ill will against others, and he taught people to love knowledge and to grow. And he is well respected among various sects within the church. The Jesuits in particular have taken great interest in him. But unfortunately, as with any kind man in dark times, there were those who weren't quite so welcoming of his message, and he was unfortunately martyred. But even after that, his students and the believers, they brought his remains back to the rest of the church, and well, he has he has been incredibly well respected since. Uh, the the history can go on. I will not bore you with the rest of it, but hopefully that gives you some idea as to why he is uh, loved enough to receive a chapel, albeit a small one, within the basilica.
Yeah, we noticed the mosaic up above, and that was his martyrdom, I'm assuming.
Yes.
So you said that his students brought back his remains?
Yes, the heretics who tried him and executed him left his body scattered, and well, his students recovered his remains, and that is the reason why his tomb is here. And she gestures to the tomb itself.
Well, thank you.
Is there anything else?
I can't think of anything. But thank you for your kind assistance. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And she,
Do you have a
walks
pickaxe?
off.
I'm just kidding.
Do you have pickaxes?
So you do notice as she's walking off, she does have a slight limp.
I was actually going to ask, but
Yeah.
Oh, you don't even have to ask. I mean, it's not like super obvious, but it is obvious enough that you don't even need to look for it.
I
Yeah,
think
that-
at this point we're on the lookout for that kind of thing too.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
I was also going to see if, by any chance, like, when he was martyred, they couldn't find his leg. So that was, like, the one part that they didn't find. But I didn't get that, so.
Nope.
All right. So yeah, so there's a stone in here that we don't want Cat to see or touch. If I do take out the meteor, does it look similar?
It does appear to be the same material.
So this is like a
beyond
moon.
that, there
Is this a moon rock then?
meteorite.
Meteorite. Okay.
Space rock, bro. It's not even outside the moon, past the moon.
It is meteoric iron.
Okay. So if we examine this thing, how big is it? The stone?
It's a couple of feet on either side. It is significant size, but not massive. But if this thing is iron, that's going to be heavy as fuck.
This one captain guy was able to pick it up. I don't know.
He said he had it buried. He didn't say he did it himself alone.
yeah,
Well,
he's actually the Hulk, and he just did it all himself.
Hulkberry artifact.
So are there grooves, or has it been plastered, or not plastered? What do they call it?
I'm sorry, you cut out there.
Oh, I was wondering, like, is it just laying there, or is it like what do they call it when they put the stuff in the grooves? Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Paved.
So with the paving stone, it is mortared in.
Mortar. There we go. Yep.
It is mortared in. The mortar you notice as soon as you start examining it, it basically crumbles at a touch.
Okay.
Mortar is ridiculously weak.
Basilica heist.
Oh boy.
I don't know how else we get it. We can't just ask to dig up their thing,
It's-
I think.
If this is a thing, even more than last time, we need to really have an escape plan like set out. if we're gonna do this, because
Well, the one thing I will say, the sister who approached me, she seemed very nice. It's possible that maybe if we let her know about some of the stuff, maybe not all of it that we've been talking about, maybe she would be okay with us.
we're gonna tell her there's a cursed evil relic under the floor in this chapel.
She
And
is
we would
a woman of faith, so we might be able to convince her.
Yeah, but what we're gonna ask her is to allow us to vandalize the crap out of the. I mean, okay,
Well,
I'm not.
we aren't going to
Yeah,
try to vandalize it, obviously. We just want to lift the stone.
I mean, the very act of lifting this floor stone is gonna wreck them. I mean, I don't care. I'm not dismissing it outright. I'm just saying there's a lot of risk involved with that particular approach because if we do tell her and she's not receptive, then we just alerted the authorities to our plans. You know?
We could say it was a confession?
Do nuns take confessions? Is that a thing?
This is Simon. No, they don't.
I like. I'm pretty sure it's just priests. I mean, I'm not saying we don't do it, but I'm saying we need to really carefully consider that type of approach because it carries a lot of risks.
Well, here's the thing. They've already noticed us here.
She did.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Not that I saw. What are you suggesting?
No. She may have noticed this and not said it to any of her superiors. So, if we did some stuff and in retrospect she was like, "Oh, I saw some people," I don't know. It's not the same as like.
The look on Josh's face right
Yeah,
now is
I was just looking at it.
because I was gone. I don't know what you guys were discussing, and then I come back and Josh is just like,
Simon.
Yeah.
Simon has actually broached the subject of trying to convince the nuns that this might be a good thing to lift up.
"Wow,
Simon.
character growth."
Simon. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Clifton is all like, she's the only one that saw us, right? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Did not
And
nudge
and thus the look that I had when you came back was, yeah. Little discussion of casual nun murder.
Yeah, I'm sure that won't cost any sanity. He's already pretty messed up over murdering a dude who definitely deserved to be murdered. So I don't know about the.
I don't know. You don't seem too messed up about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I almost think we should talk to this lady. If we want to get permission, this is the best way.
I don't disagree. I mean, I don't see us getting away with doing this subtly.
Yeah. I mean, we probably could, but if we're under a time crunch.
Are we?
Are we under a time crunch?
Besides that, the Fez Brigade is trying to do the same thing we are. So.
Well, yeah.
Well, and yeah, I don't like having to have these things any longer than I could that are necessary.
Well, it is past 11.
Yep, I was just gonna say
We could
that
literally sleep on it.
this is a good stopping point. So yeah, we will see what the investigators decide. But thank you for joining us for Horror on the Orient Express. We will see you next week.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.